Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Morning. Chair, can you hear me?
Good morning. All right, madam.
I'm okay, Chair. Thanks. Ujanwena?
No, I'm okay, thanks.
Yes, Chair, we can start. We do have the required quorum. Over to you.
We have three what?
We have the required quorum, Chair, to proceed. Yes.
I thought you were saying we have three quorum.
Thanks.
Okay. Honorable members, good morning. A very good morning to everyone in the meeting. Welcome to the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on a Tuesday, the 20th of February. I am briefed that we have the delegation from the department. Let me acknowledge the presence of the minister and the deputy minister if they are here. I am told that the leadership of the department is led by the Director General, Ms. Nomfundo Shabalala, the DDG Corporate Management Services, Ms. Mamokhadi, she's here, Ms. Bendeman, Mr. Kekana, Dr. Mkize, Ms. Mokhohlwa, Ms. Notata, Ms. Jazz, Mr. Zwani, Mr. Matiani, Mr. Nkosi, Ms. Kasela, Ms. Lupondo, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Nyati, Ms. Zikali, Mr. Popose, Advocate Rezak, Ms. Kobela, Ms. Mpulu King, Mr. Lepogole, Mr. Nyama, Mr. Mgoni, Mr. Leontinis, Ms. Hani, Ms. Shongwe, Ms. Mbogoto, and from SANParks, we have the chairperson of the board. Oh, she sent an apology, Ms. Pemiako, the board member, Ms. Friedman is here, Ms. Happy Luesilo, the CEO, Ms. McCott, the COO of SANParks, Ms. Makukule, the CFO of SANParks, Mr. Zepe, the head in the office of the chief, and then we have Ms. Amlo. But we are also told that from the office of the Commission of Gender Equality, we have Dr. Mauta Toka, who's leading this delegation, and then we also have Mr. Shuping, who's acting HOD of Legal Services in the Commission for Gender Equality. And then we have Mr. Dowling from WESSA in Cape Town, and then Ms. Sternberg, Mr. Sternberg from Kabeljous Conservation Area in the Eastern Cape. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome all of you and everybody who is in the meeting. Without further ado, honorable members, welcome. I'm sure each one of you could be very well tired, like I am. Can I confirm, Chilis, if the minister is here?
Good morning, Chair.
Yes, Chair.
I'm here.
How are you, Minister?
I'm not so well, Chair. I have flu, and I'm requesting your indulgence that I can keep my camera off, but I will be together with you in this meeting, and if I need to contribute, I'll put my hand up online. So let me greet all the honorable members, members of the department, and other colleagues that are present. I don't see Deputy Minister at this point in time, but maybe she will join us later. I see you have the entire leadership of the department chair in present. I don't know whether you need all of them. You should give a little bit of guidance, because we would also want the department to remain functional during this important time. Thank you.
Okay, I can hear you from KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Minister, that you're not well, but and ordinarily you're a person who switches on the video first. I wish you well, and we appreciate your being here, and we wish you well. I'm not too sure with regards to the issue of the department, if your people have interfaced with the agenda or they have seen it. I would gladly share it with you or request Chile, because I'm not too sure if all of them should be here. But be that as it may, let's deal with the business of the portfolio committee for today. Let's get official apologies. Chileka, do we have any?
Yes, Chair, we do. I received apologies from the chairperson of SANParks, Ms. Yago, and the chairperson of the CGE, Chair Advocate Sipanya Mohale. Thank you, Chair. Those are the two apologies.
Okay, that's fine. Honorable members, do we have any other apologies? Okay, none. Is the Deputy Minister here?
Yes, Chair, she is.
Dumela Mema Khoto.
Dumela modulasetulo le maloko a committee le minister a ntse a kula le jwalo.
Le a phela mme.
Re teng ke a bona le a phela lona ntate.
Rona re majwe. Re leboga Deputy Minister. Honorable members, can we get a mover for the adoption of the agenda with the two apologies that we have received officially?
I move, Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, it's the Minister here.
Chair, I can't.
Hello, Minister.
I'm told that the reason that the entire department is in the meeting is that it's in case there's any questions on the report on the gender equality issue. Can I suggest that we take that issue first, so that we can then allow people to go and attend to their work?
Okay, that's fine, Minister. Let's get the indulgence and guidance from the members of the committee. I don't see a problem why we can't have that. Honorable Singh has moved for the adoption of the agenda, and Honorable Kancho has seconded him. With that, can we then go to the consideration and adoption of the first-term committee program? Should we do that, or, well, the minister is suggesting that we must go to the briefing by the gender equality, the report on transformation in the public, in the public and private sectors. Now, it is my view that we deal with that, and then we deal with any other business of the committee. Are we agreed? Honorable Bryant, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, morning, Chairperson. Excuse my voice. I'm also, I think, struggling with the same thing the minister's got. No problem from our side to take that first. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable members, there's a view that we must deal with the issues of gender commission, so that we are able to release the department to go and discharge their responsibilities. And Honorable Bryant is agreeing that we do that, as proposed by the minister. We also wish you well, Honorable Bryant. It could very well be the change of seasons that is giving us problems. From the Gender Equality Commission, who is leading the delegation there? Chileka, who's leading the delegation of the Gender Equality Commission?
It's Dr. Matotoka, Chair. But I'm not sure if they are ready to present because they were scheduled to come in at 12. So,
Dr. Matotoka, are you here?
Mr. Shipping is the HOD.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. Can I just quickly check the CEO just about 30 seconds and then revert back now?
No problem.
He just stepped out quickly. Yes, thank you.
Honorable members, in an event that they're not ready, what do we then do? Do we go back to the original program of the committee?
Chair, my suggestion is if they're not ready, let's release all the DDGs except for corporate services, and then corporate services will respond to questions. And if there's something specific on a specific branch, we will respond in writing. Can I suggest we handle it that way if the commission are not ready?
All right, let's confirm if they are ready or not, then we'll be able to take a decision.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, the CEO is returning to his desk now. Then you would give direction. Probably we'll be ready to proceed. Just a few seconds. Thank you. Oh, he's waiting for admission.
Okay.
If you may assist with that.
Chileka, can we accept the CEO?
I did, Chair. Mr. Tietze can project the slides.
Okay. Mr. Tietze?
Thank you, Chair. I'm displaying from my side. Do we have the screen from your side?
Yes, we do.
Thanks a lot. I was just hoping CEO is there so that he can just maybe make an opening remark from his side, and I can start with the presentation. Can we just check with the CEO if he's there, Dr. Matotoka?
Dr. Matotoka, good morning. Are you there?
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Yes, I am here, Chairperson.
Wonderful. Welcome. Thank you very much. We are happy that you are here. From your leadership would be then be able to release the staff of the department so that they are able to discharge other responsibilities. It is now your opportunity to lead action on the employment equity. Now, welcome, CEO. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning once more to yourself and honorable members. Chairperson, my name is Dennis Matotoka. I'm currently the acting CEO of the Commission for Gender Equality. I'll just be providing an overview, Chairperson, and then I'll be with Mr. Tsietsi Shupi, who will then go into the nuts and bolts of the presentation that we have for the Portfolio Committee. Now, Chairperson, the work of the Commission, as you would know, it stems from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We have a specific program within the Commission that deals with transformation in the public and the private sector. And this program, Chairperson, is informed by a number of legislation that aims to foster transformation in the workplace. We look at the Employment Equity Act, which is the most empowering provision that we rely on to hold institutions of higher learning or institutions of the public or the private sector to account on issues relating to transformation. Now, we call the accounting officers to come before the Commission and explain to us the measures that they have put in place to foster transformation in the workplace. We look at their transformation policies, we look at their existing practices in the workplace, we look at their workforce to determine to the extent which they are implementing employment equity or transformatory practices to ensure that transformation indeed materializes. So when we do this transformation hearings, Chairperson, it's not just about the numbers for us, but it's also about the environment, the ability of designated employers to create an enabling environment that is free from all forms of inequalities. So issues around sexual harassment, we probe them. Issues around policy frameworks that are gender blind or gender insensitive, we raise them during those hearings. And as a result of that, we then make defined recommendations from those hearings, which we expect institutions to come and comply with. Now, we have found, Chairperson, for the past decade or so, when we hold these institutions to come and account, that there's still a paucity of representation of previously disadvantaged groups in higher positions in the workplace. You do find that issues around sexual harassment remain very much prevalent. And as the Commission, we view sexual harassment as one of the barriers to achieve equity in the workplace. We find that when policies are drafted, Chairperson, it's just for compliance purposes. These policies are not cascaded down to employees to have a fundamental understanding of the issues that are covered under a particular policy. And this, you see it mostly because the policies are a cut and paste. Sometimes a service provider is appointed, and you find that the discourse that is supposed to be covered by the policy is not even relating to the work environment that is concerned. Now, these are the common issues that we have found in the transformation hearings. Issues around disability as well. You do find that there is no commitment, so to say, to ensure that we ensure that persons with disabilities are also represented at various occupational levels in the workplace, but also the inability of designated employers to create an enabling environment, Chairperson, seems to be one of the most problematic things that we are encountering. Now, for this year, for the purpose of this portfolio committee, we did have the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, as well as the South African SANParks, national parks rather, as part of the entities that appeared before the Commission to undergo a rigorous process where we identify the extent to which transformation is prioritized, the extent in which policies are reviewed in time, the extent in which there is an upward mobility of previously disadvantaged groups in the higher positions in the organization, the manner in which investigations are done on sexual harassment and how they're expedited. We subjected these two entities also to that process. And then what will now follow, it will be the findings and the issues that we found relating to these two entities. I'll then hand over to my colleague, Mr. Shupin, to then take you through the issues pertaining to these two institutions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CEO. Can we then go straight to the presentation?
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I just confirm if it's showing in a maximum view from your side?
It does very well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, members of the Portfolio Committee. This is the presentation as introduced by Dr. Matotoka. It's divided into two parts. The report in question compiled, it was consisting of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, as well as the South African National Parks. We will start with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And just as a highlight, this is a progress report that is provided. So in other words, there was first an initial investigation, and this was now the progress report. We will just briefly go through the initial investigation and then proceed towards the progress, because mainly the report is about progress that has been made since the initial investigation. So for the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, the investigation was conducted. There were questionnaires dispatched in 2021 to the department, and they did provide response. By then, this is now the initial hearing. Then at the top management, there were 3 employees from top management. There were 2 African women, and we should mainly focus on the percentages of representation here. From the total of 16, there was a percentages of 34% white women representation and 66% African women representation. But however, I think what is mainly concerning is regarding the overall performance. The overall performance, you will see there at the bottom line that it indicates that Indian women and men are the least represented, and African men and women are actually overrepresented. So the overall finding during the hearing of initially, the commission found that from the total representation within the employment of the department, then representation of Indian women was not, Indian women and men was lesser, and in fact, more representation was men and women, African men and women. And then the commission also requested to be provided with employment policies so that they can be evaluated, and further elaborations on that will be provided. The department generally applied the Employment Equity Act in order to ensure that there is equitable representation, and it indicated that it gave preference to the designated groups. However, you would have seen as indicated there that the representation of Indian persons was lesser in general. And also the issues of budget was a question during the initial hearing. There was no plan that has been established at the department in order to track gender responsive procurement programs. So these, the commission also inquired regarding the conducive working environment. It found during that time that there were no measures in place to create a conducive working place for employees with parenting responsibilities, such as the employment, health, and wellness programs at that time. In respect of the sexual harassment workshops, which also speaks to conducive working environment, they were attendance to the workshops were conducted so that the employees can be aware of the environment and also the handling of the the handling of the sexual harassment cases in the workplace were addressed, and the workshop are a crucial element of the creation of the conducive working environment because they make employees aware of their policies in the workplace and where to report the cases. Then 3 cases of sexual harassment were reported at that time. And then the issue of pay gap, it's a standard approach throughout the government departments because it is done through the Department of Public Service and Administration. So there were no issues regarding that were found. The department did have the budget for skills and development in place. I will then go to the recommendations so that we can then speak to the progress. Now, with the commission now made the findings from that initial hearing. These were the findings which then they were followed up as a progress report. By quickly going through some of the recommendations, the findings, in fact, the commission found that the policies were outdated, they were gender blind, there was lack of representation of persons with disability at the top and senior management and at all occupational levels. And also there were no measures in place to ensure that women were adequately represented. However, it was noted that the department was doing well in terms of gender balance in the workplace, but when coming to race, it was struggling at all occupational levels. And following these findings, one of the findings is at the last 2 bulletins there, sexual harassment policies was outdated. It was not aligned with the Code of Good Practice 2022 on the handling of the sexual harassment in the workplace. So therefore, the commission made the following recommendations to the department as per its report, that it should align the policies that were outdated within 6 months. Secondly, that the sexual harassment policy should be aligned with the Code of Good Practice 2005 because it had been made reference to the old or outdated Code of Good Practice. And also the policies must be gender sensitive. Now, we will move to the progress now that was reported to the commission pursuant to the recommendations. So following during the financial year 2022, the department was then inquired to update the commission regarding the progress that it has made. And starting with the sexual harassment policy, it was clear, Chairperson and members, that it's important that the policy on sexual harassment is in place and also it's updated. The essence and the need of this is to ensure that the departments are complying and protecting, affording necessary legislative measures in place in dealing with the cases of sexual harassment. And since the commission found that it was not aligned, this was recommended that it had to be aligned, and the department did align the sexual harassment policy, which is now, it has a broader scope to include general cases of harassment and not only sexual harassment in the workplace. Therefore, at the current moment, the environment is regulated under the updated policy. Furthermore, with respect to other outdated policies, these are employment policies, among others, the employment equity and leave policies. And these outdated policies also, the commission recommended that they had to be aligned. The explanation that was given by the department for the reason of the policies not being aligned, it was because the department was in the process of integrating to be the Department of Environment, Fisheries and Forestry. And that's because of that merger or integration, some of the policies were actually outdated and had to be reviewed in line with the new department. And as indicated, what is most important is that the policies were then reviewed and were, as per the recommendations of the commission, they had to be gender sensitive, they were reviewed accordingly, and they were submitted to the commission. Most importantly, the department did provide the action plan, which is in accordance with its 5-year strategic plan. This addresses transformation in general, which were the concerns of the commission. Among others, in accordance with its strategic plan, the department will continuously now ensure that its policies and practices are aligned. So being linked to the strategic plan, it does then assist to ensure that the department is transforming, because the policies, among others, the BEE, the preferential procurement policies, the skills development and sexual harassment policies would be enabled and would be monitored in accordance with the strategic plan. And this offers some sense of relief and progress in as far as the department is concerned. And therefore, these policies were reviewed and were sensitized as per the recommendations of the commission. The only concerning aspect that the commission observed was the lack of support to the employment equity manager. There were concerns that there was no support from the senior and top management to the employment equity manager. Transformation itself in the department is actually led in accordance with the legislation by the employment equity manager. Therefore, a lack of support in carrying the duties and necessary functions of the manager, it's significant. Because from the observation of the current observation of the commission is there were slow progress in as far as representation of persons with disability, racial representation, and also the inclusivity of the LGBTQI+ persons. However, therefore, upon addressing the lack of support by the department, as a continuous progress, the department will monitor to see what further support is being given. Policies are in place, which creates a good environment for transformation. However, if there is no support and if it's not continuously monitored, then instead of going forward, the department might be going backwards. Therefore, as a continuous exercise, the commission would request further progress to see what other support is being given so that the employment equity manager can be able to monitor and comply with its functions. And this will assist to improve the representation of LGBTQI persons and persons with disability. However, just as a general observation, the commission was satisfied that the department made significant strides and it showed its willingness throughout the process of the commission to transform. And in response further to creating conducive environment, the several programs were put in place pursuant to intervention of the commission, and they are in place. However, now as a continuous process, if these programs are not being implemented, that is now a challenge, chairperson and members, that if there is no continuous monitoring and there is no effective implementation, because gender is dynamic and diverse, and there are continuous changes that can happen. For an example, with employment representation, resignations, retirements can also lead to affecting the movement of the department. As such, the continuous monitoring of these policies, it's important, because policies alone will not ensure that transformation takes place. That is in respect of the department. And then part 2 is regarding the South African national parks. Similarly, there was an initial investigation as well. And during the initial investigation, SANParks also appeared and the commission also made the recommendations. So it was also the process took place during 2021 where the questionnaires were submitted to the commission. And in respect of the findings now of the initial report, the commission found that there was insufficient information submitted by SANParks for then at that time for the commission to be able to see and examine the state of transformation at SANParks. And it was highlighted through the processes of the commission that constituted a criminal offense by then. What was concerning then, because of lack of information, it was clear also that there was no enhancement of representation of African persons with disability or Africans in general. And at that time, the top management positions were dominated by men at the ratio of 6 to 2. There was low representation of colored Indian persons and specifically women in senior management positions. Representation is not only about numbers, but it also about whether the previously disadvantaged persons are empowered in senior management position and are represented. So these were some of the findings as I indicated. And number 6 there you will see we noted as a finding that there were no policies and implementation plan for gender equality. And because of that lack of information at that time, the commission then made the following recommendation to SANParks that it had to submit progress report in respect of procurement budget spent on members of the designated groups. It had to submit the cases that were reported on sexual harassment in the workplace. It had to submit the minutes of the committees, employment equity committees that are being taken. All this information was actually required and necessary for the commission to be able to make determination regarding transformation in the workplace. And then information was submitted to the commission. And then from the recommendations, the report is there for the members to see what the rest of the recommendations. As I was saying, it is, I believe it's best to move through the progress report here in. Now, there was also a follow-up now progress. The SANParks did now provide documentation for the commission to be able to evaluate and assess its working environment. So it did comply, pursuant to the hearings, it did provide and cooperate with the commission and submitted the required information. Among others, it did provide the action plans for it ensuring that the women are empowered at SANParks. It provided the sexual harassment policies, recruitment policy, leave policy. And at that stage, it indicated that the employment equity plan, it was at the stage of being revised, and it had to be finalized during the financial year. And the commission reviewed the policies that were submitted. And from evaluating the policies that were submitted, indeed, the SANParks also showed willingness and commitment to transform. But however, the representation of racial representation and also it was skewed, and persons with disability, it remains a concern. And the policies that were submitted were reviewed and also aligned in accordance with the recommendations of the commission. It should just be highlighted at this point, Chairperson, that during engagement with SANParks during the 2021 financial year, during the initial hearing, there were flags raised about subordinate sexual harassment cases lodged against subordinate against managers, which then raised concern for the Commission. Hence, the Commission required the review of these sexual harassment policies in order to ensure that there is adequate handling of the cases, that everyone at the workplace, when they report a case, be it a junior, a manager, or executive at SANParks, they are handled in accordance with the cases are handled in accordance with the sexual harassment policies, and which should be in terms of the 2022 Code of Good Practice. And from evaluating generally on inclusivity, Chairperson, it should be indicated that from the policies, there are policies that are in place that promotes racial representation from observation of the Commission and the inclusivity of LGBTQI persons at all levels. However, the mere commitment and the mere introduction of policies, Chairperson, doesn't talk to transformation itself and representation. Therefore, there is no linkage by SANParks, and this requires to be a continuous exercise by SANParks to ensure that although the policies might be up to par or in accordance with the law, its implementation, it's a concerning factor generally throughout the departments, because the representation remains the same throughout, from, for an example, the beginning of the hearings to the progress reports. So the mere issue of the policies being in place does not speak to transformation. Transformation should be seen as being implemented and should reflect in the representation of and inclusivity of LGBTQI plus persons and persons with disability. And lastly, the Commission noted the challenges regarding the procurement, the inclusivity also on procurement practices. Same applies, Chairperson, that in terms of procurement practices, the award should also align, and there shouldn't be discriminatory practices. Representation and inclusivity is important also in procurement practices. Therefore, as a continuous practice, the Commission would continue to monitor to see progress now, following this progress report, that there are policies in place, that there is a conducive in working environment policy-wise. The Commission will have to continue now throughout the financial year to monitor now, pursuant to this progress, do we see now impact in what SANParks is doing. Chairperson, that is the presentation in respect of SANParks, and that is the presentation from the Commission as far as the two entities are concerned from the report in question. I will then hand over to Chairperson for further handling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Rea Leboga. Honorable members, it is now our opportunity to engage the presentation from the Commission of Gender Equality. I wish to invite for it Honorable Weber. You'll be the first, followed by Honorable Paulsen, and then followed by Honorable Bryant. Honorable Weber.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling with my devices, so I hope you can hear me. I'm not sure how to do this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Honorable Weber. Please proceed.
Right. Chair, I am very grateful to see that the department is very busy with this. It is one of the most important issues that our country has. I actually have one question, and I'm not 100% sure it's appropriate to this, although it is included in this. I have a problem with the time frame of when a sexual harassment case or any kind of gender-based violence has been reported from the time of investigation, and if it leads to a disciplinary and until when it ends. I know one cannot always predict how long something like this can be, but I'm not a legal person, but surely there should be some kind of time frame, because from either side, whether a woman has been sexually harassed and she's working in the same environment while the disciplinary is going on, and it's over a year and a half already. In this instance, it is one of SANParks cases, although this woman doesn't work with him. Or from the other side, where a man that didn't do it and was accused of it also have to work with someone like that for a year and a half. It's a very, very long time to work with someone in a time period where these feelings are, and I'm sure this doesn't contribute to the good spirit of co-workers working together. I'm not sure what to do, but I would like to see that there is kind of specifically to sexual harassment and gender-based violence, a time frame where within, a basic time frame, where within disciplinary needs to be finished for both people's sake, because this is an emotional thing that keeps on nagging on people. And as we know, sometimes these behavior cannot be changed. So I would request that if possible at all, from a legal perspective, to put some kind of basic time frame in for an issue like this to be dealt with and be finalized. Thank you very much.
Chair, are you there?
Proceed, Honorable Bryant.
Chair, I think Honourable Paulson's first. So
Seem to have lost him.
go.
My turn, Honorable Gancho.
Sorry, Paulson.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Good morning, everyone. The department used to have a target of 30% expenditure on companies that are at least 51% women-owned. So since last year, the target has been removed. So in other words, without that target, along with many other targets over the 3 financial years moved from 134 to 60. This was one of the unfortunate casualties of that cut in targets. So what other measures would the Department for Gender Equality or use to measure progress in supporting women-owned business if there is no target? And I must say, it's really highlights the really poor leadership for an environment that is led by women, that it doesn't look at how it can play its role in transformation in the economy by measuring its contribution to the transformation and the support of women-owned businesses. It has been a rather callous act to go and remove such a target for the department. And I think this process has disadvantaged, or rather the removal of that target has disadvantaged women-owned businesses in the contracting process. The other matter also is that there are 16 criminal investigations that were handed over to the NPA. Now, I think, sexual harassment. And sexual harassment as a tool to intimidate women in the workplace is probably one of the most heinous and worst forms of criminality. Of those 16 cases handed over to the NPA for investigation, how many of them are sexual harassment cases? So that we can see, because it seems it's like quite a common occurrence within the department. And, you know, what is the seriousness with which such actions are viewed? And it can only, the number of cases handed over to the NPA will tell us how serious this department is about rooting out sexual harassment in the workplace, and especially sexual harassment towards women and women who are in junior positions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks. I'm not sure if the chair's there, so I'm just going to go, if that's all right. Yeah, just very quickly, two things. I mean, whilst this is certainly important for us to focus on the transformation and gender issues within both the department and SANParks, I think we also mustn't lose sight of the fact that, you know, our core focus should always be on improving the competence, retaining quality staff, and fighting corruption within both of those groups. And I think that really should be squarely where our focus remains, although there are some important issues that have come out of this investigation. I've just got two questions for the presenter. The first question is, how did the investigation arise? Who initiated the investigation, and why was the investigation initiated? So that's the first question. And the second question, which I hope you can help me with, because I didn't fully understand, there was a problem that was presented, or a challenge that was presented, in terms of outdated policies from the department that were described as being gender blind. And it was instead recommended that they need to be gender neutral. Can you explain the difference between gender blind and gender neutral, and how those policies would then need to change? Thanks very much. I don't know where the chair is. Can I nominate Honourable Gunshow to chair the meeting? If I've got a seconder for now.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Kilega, can you check Chairperson?
Okay, I'll call him.
Okay, who want to check who is the next speaker? Are you done, Honorable Bryant?
Yes, I'm done, Acting Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not see any hands. I would hand over to the presenter for responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So I'll go with the first question. The first question that we received here is around the time frames for sexual harassment cases and their handling thereof. Chairperson, I think this is one area that we've been very much clear as the Commission, that when it comes to sexual harassment matters, they need to be handled as soon as reasonably possible. Because before 2005, Chairperson, we had a code of conduct that provided that the handling should be handled immediately, And that posed a lot of challenges because it failed to recognize that particularly sexual harassment victims or survivors, they respond differently when they are confronted with sexual harassment. There are those that will be willing to just lodge a complaint immediately, as in now I'll go to HR. But there are those that will be traumatized, and it will take a little bit of time for them to comprehend what just happened to them, out of shock, out of trauma, for them to lodge a grievance and so forth. But then central to the handling of sexual harassment cases, we know that then the legal processes often delay the process, wherein one has the right to reply, the issue of evidence, and so forth. But then we are saying, in terms of the current code of a good practice, the requirement should be that the cases must be handled as soon as reasonably possible, so that we don't delay the handling of those cases, or we do not penalize those who did not report immediately for not doing so, because we must appreciate the fact that people respond differently to trauma, as we view it as a traumatic experience for most of them. But then we agree with the honorable member, there should be expediency when it comes to the handling of sexual harassment. And that is an area that we have been holding people to account, to say that you cannot be taking sexual harassment for 2-3 years and there's no movement, or you don't even put interim mechanisms in place to support either of the parties during the course of the investigation. Because as the commission, we understand that there may be a sexual harassment complaint, but at the same time, we appreciate that there are also what we call malafide complaints. These are complaints that are lodged in bad faith. So as an employer, they are duty bound to put protective measures in place pending the investigation or the conclusion of the sexual harassment, but it must be done as soon as it's reasonably possible. And this is what we found with the policies here, that they are still based on the 1998 code that compels parties to report immediately. And when they do not do so, they're penalized for that. In fact, it's used as a ground to say that you don't have a case, because if you had a case, you ought to have reported it on the day you experience that trauma, which is not the case. So the issue of power dynamics must be taken into consideration. Hence, as the commission, we support the current code that says it should be done as soon as it's reasonably possible. Then there's a question around the 30% target for women-owned businesses as far as procurement is concerned. I was not sure, as I was listening to the honorable member, whether the understanding is that we have not measured the 30% target for women. I'll be clarified. But what I can say nonetheless is that first and foremost, as a commission, we have noted the pronouncement firstly by even the president, when the president announced the 40% target, for women-owned businesses. We conducted a study around that, and the study reflected that in as far as government is concerned, since the pronouncement was made, there hasn't been any commitment, or rather, let me not say a commitment, the achievement of even the 40% target that was pronounced even by the president. Now, we looked at the beneficiaries of most of the entities. Most of them actually are male-owned enterprises, to the exclusion of female-owned businesses. So it's something that even our research study has revealed that it continues to be a challenge there. But then that is where the issue of gender-responsive budgeting also comes in, so that in the absence of a compelling instrument that says you must achieve this, there must be a gender-responsive budgeting that will also address the issue of the imbalance between what the procurement relating to male-owned businesses and female-owned businesses. But what we can definitely say from our research report is that indeed, not only 30%, but you do find that even the procured, or rather the entities that have been given different tenders and so forth, a small portion is for females, and there's non-adherence in terms of equitable representation of women-owned versus male-owned entities there. So our report is very much clear in terms of what it's recommending. is that a pronouncement alone is not sufficient for us to foster transformation in as far as the procurement is concerned, but we need a compelling, empowering provision wherein we can hold people accountable to make sure that not only do we achieve 30%, but we can go beyond 30% and make sure that not just only women-owned businesses, but the youth and those with disabilities are also covered there. Then there is a question around 16 criminal investigations and referred to the NPA. And the question is, how many of them are sexual harassment? Now, Chairperson, let me say, I'm not certain in terms of this figure, but what I can simply say here is that when it comes to SANParks in particular, we come a long way with the SANParks in as far as this issue is concerned. We held various workshop sessions in different SANParks facilities, whether it's even at the Skukuza camps and different camps and so forth. We went there. I had also the privilege to actually facilitate one of the sessions in one of the engagements. And what I got to understand with the team was that there is compliance in terms of ensuring that workshops are conducted. So on that one, there's no question about it. Workshops are being done, but our concern was it has always been confined at lower levels. And if you listen to the engagement and the red flags say to the Commission, the problem is at the top, not just us. You seem to be educating us, but the perpetrators are those in decision-making positions. So the number of cases that are coming forth are leveled against senior managers, and the victims in this regard are those in lower ranking positions. So it did not make sense why we should actually sensitize only those in lower positions, but we don't sensitize those in senior management. But I also got to understand historically there was that resistance from management to undergo some training on sexual harassment, because to them, and perhaps maybe it's what is the better way to use it? Ignorance rather. It was understood that having sexual harassment workshops is just a by the way event. You know, we don't really have to do this. This is not really serious. But whereas as the CG, we are saying this is mandatory if we are going to foster transformation and create an enabling environment. Senior management of SANParks must attend as well. And we have engaged them robustly on that, to the extent that we actually sought a meeting with the board. And the board was very much clear to say, yes, we support such a school of thought that senior management must partake in this process. And indeed, we were able to take senior management of SANParks in particular on sexual harassment workshops and so forth. Because if we are going to achieve transformation, it should not be one-sided. The entire organization, especially those in leadership position, must be willing to go through some training and gender sensitization workshops so that they can be better placed to handle issues around gender in the workplace and be sensitive and show empathy when they engage employees in that regard. Because if you have not been attending such, Chairperson, you are likely going to be perpetuating indirectly or directly some of the unfair discriminatory practices that we see in the workplace. By just saying certain things, the way you speak, you can show that this person is not sensitive to the issues that often discriminate unfairly against certain marginalized groups in the workplace. So we have compelled senior management to attend to that, and indeed they have attended. So we are happy with that. But if you also look at the track record of these cases, they are leveled mostly against senior managers. You have senior managers who, in some instances, they have resigned. In some instances, they were found guilty, and so forth. And what we are saying as the CG is that there should be a zero tolerance, first and foremost from a policy point of view, but also the consequence management must be clear that there is a zero tolerance at SANParks in as far as sexual harassment. And the management, I'm happy that, and as well as the board, they've been very much supportive of this process. And so far, we are happy with SANParks. But we understand that, Chairperson, one of the contributing factors, particularly with SANParks, was the change of leadership, particularly at an accounting position level, because even when they appeared before us in the first hearing, we were not satisfied that they were prepared to engage the commission. Their numbers in terms of sexual harassment cases did not tally. There were cases that we were aware of, and they did not present them to the commission. So there was a certain degree of lack of disclosure, if one can call it that, around the extent or the total number of sexual harassment within the SANParks. But since our follow-up engagement, those blind spots were addressed, and we continue to say, as far as SANParks and CG is concerned, it's a working progress until such time that we are satisfied that enabling environment in all the parks as well is created by management. The policies are adhered to. We participated actually in the drafting of the sexual harassment policy to assist SANParks to have an unimpeachable sexual harassment policy that is catering for all the needs of all persons in the workplace. Chairperson, the other question was around focusing more on competency and perhaps corruption. I think this one is not necessarily for the CG to respond to. However, what is important for me to highlight there is that when it comes to competency, as the CGE, we are not saying in any way appoint incompetent persons in leadership positions on the basis that they are women or on the basis of their disability. But the Act is very much clear. It says suitably qualified persons. Now, our concern is that if you have suitably qualified persons, but they're overlooked primarily on the basis of their gender, that is where our problem should be. So in no way are we suggesting in any of our interventions that non-suitable qualified, non-suitable persons should assume leadership position. We are guided by the legal framework which says suitably qualified persons. Then there's a question around the investigation. Who initiated the investigation? The commission has different considerations when it comes to SANParks and the department. One of those is complaints. If you receive a complaint of sexual harassment, which normally is the case, or if we go and do a workshop and we find that there are many issues that are raised by the audience, these are the things that inform us to say, let us subject a particular entity for a transformation hearing for the necessary intervention. So entities like SANParks, of course, issues of sexual harassment were brought to our attention to say that there is no intervention there as far as women are concerned. When we did our inspection in locus, we got to understand that there's a resistance from management at the time to undergo sexual harassment training. That to us was a red flag that warranted us to say, let us follow the proper, the defined process of transformation hearings, wherein we can call the accounting officers and explain to us how they're handling certain things in the workplace. And I submit, Honorable Chairperson and members, that this was a success to us because the issues that we wanted to bring to the attention of management, they were indeed brought to their attention and they started addressing those. And by addressing those, we are winning in terms of creating that enabling environment. But we are not blind to the fact that the challenges are still there. Ours is to say, let us create a door wherein persons may know about the Commission for Gender Equality, but also let us have defined disciplinary processes within SANParks in particular around the handling of sexual harassment cases so that we can create that enabling environment. The last question, Chairperson, was around the outdated policies. First and foremost, Chairperson, let me just quickly say, when we say outdated policies, it's because there are always developments happening in the country. And it is important for employers to make sure that when they develop their policies, they look at recent jurisprudence that exists in the country to inform some of their clauses in the policy so that they can cater for specific needs and interests of their employers. So if you still have outdated policies, you are going to find that when there are new issues, emerging issues in the workplace, you are not even able to address those because we are still relying on old policies. Particularly one that we were very much clear about was that of the sexual harassment, because historically from 1998 to 2005 and 2022, there's been a huge change, if one can call it that, or rather there have been huge developments, very interesting developments in terms of defining sexual harassment, how to handle sexual harassment, and surely between how you handled it in 2022 and how we handled it at 90 and 98 and prior to 2005, Chairperson, the difference is vast. So it then becomes important for designated employers or employers in general to make sure that they are aware of those developments and they find expression in their policies. Now, any proposition, Chairperson, in a policy that suggests that men are the only ones who create sexual harassment, it's misguided, and it's again gender blind in a way, because you seem not to understand that sexual harassment can be created or can be committed by any gender. So the misconception in what we see in the policies is that even when you read the policies, it says if he commits sexual harassment, it's almost categorizing it. This is the only gender that creates or commits sexual harassment in the workplace, and we need to clarify that. Hence, we are saying you should rather confine to language that says the complainant or the perpetrator, rather than saying he in particular, because it creates an impression that women or other persons who identify with different sexual orientations do not commit sexual harassment. And that is the basis where we say you need to have a gender neutral terminology when it comes to sexual harassment in the workplace, so that it can cover non-binary persons, LGBTI persons, but also appreciating that irrespective of your gender or sexual orientation, you may commit sexual harassment or you may be a victim yourself. So we wanted that terminology to be clarified in all our policies, so that there are those persons who do not feel that they are not covered by their policies because of their gender and or sexual orientation. Thank you, Chairperson. If I miss anything, I will be guided. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to put a disclaimer, I have serious problems of network. There was a point where I completely lost the meeting, but be that as it may, I'm back now, and thanks that the meeting does not stop. Honorable Bryant, please come in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you to Dr. Matotoka for the responses. Just to follow up, so just to confirm, the investigation into this was not requested by anyone in government. It was taken on independently by the CGE yourselves without any prompting. It was a decision that you took. So just confirm that there was no one in government who requested it or asked that it be undertaken. And then I'm unfortunately, I know it's probably a difficult concept for us to get our heads around, but you're the expert, so that's why I thought that if you can maybe just explain again. I still don't get the difference between gender blind and gender neutral in terms of the policies, because if it needs to change, as you mentioned, from gender blind to gender neutral, those concepts seem very, very similar. So if you can maybe expand a little bit more on that again, because I think it's important for us to just understand the rationale there. And then just finally, one thing that I forgot to ask: did you establish any reasons for the underrepresentation of coloured and Indian people, which is what I think was referred to a couple of times? Because I haven't seen that specifically referenced in the recommendations and the conclusion. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. CEO.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. The first question, the honorable member asked whether this was an independent decision and we're not influenced by government to take on the investigation. Chairperson, I can confirm that we have not been influenced directly or indirectly by any organ of state to say the CGE must initiate an investigation into this. These investigations with the public and the private sector date back to 2013. Our reports will reflect that every year there are different private sector companies that come before the CGE. There are different departments that come before the CGE. There are different universities that come before the CGE. There are different TVET sector entities that come before the CGE. Ours is to say, when it comes to the workplace, there must be transformation, and we are leading that as a constitutional body without any influence from anybody else, because that is what we're expected to do in terms of our legislation. Now, in terms of gender blind, Chairperson, there are persons who do not identify as he or she. I think we need to make that known. There are people who are gender non-binary. They do not identify as a he or she. And we need to respect that because of their sexual orientation. Now, if a policy framework is still identifying specific genders, confining certain things to specific genders, those who do not confine to those are automatically excluded from that. So it is from that premise where we say a policy is gender blind. It's blind in the sense that it does not recognize that beyond what is written here, there are persons who are not falling within this category. And if we don't cover for those, the policy in itself may have unintended discriminatory practices, So that's where we're coming from when we say policies are gender blind. So it's always easier to avoid that situation where somebody says, well, I'm not covered by the policy because of my sexual orientation. It's best to use gender neutral terminologies that will cover even those persons that you, in your ordinary assessment, are not included. So we must always think about, I think one of the challenges that we see, and I'll give an example also with one matter, if I may help, Chairperson, on disability. Most of our employers, when they think about disability, they always think of physical disability. So when we probe them about disability, they'll tell you, no, we have ramps and we have chairs, wheelchairs, and so forth. But they never actually comprehend that beyond physical limitations, there are other forms of disabilities that exist. And it's for the policies to recognize even those that ordinarily you would not even be privy to. So you use gender neutral statements, gender neutral terminologies to include every form of sexual orientation in the policy framework without discriminating against those. So it becomes important then to understand the LGBTIQI plus persons, how they identify and how they are referred to in policies, for us not to unintentionally exclude them from being covered in the workplace. So in some instances, you may say, as an example, an employee who commits sexual harassment is guilty of sexual harassment and shall be dismissed, rather than saying if he who commits a sexual harassment is guilty of sexual harassment and blah, blah, blah. So we often find that the language does not understand or does not seem to take compliment of the fact that there are non-binary persons out there who are not even identifying as he or she in the policy framework. So it is from that premise where we say the statements are gender blind, therefore use gender neutral terminology to promote inclusivity across the institution. And the question around colored and Indians, Indian persons, the reasons thereof. Chairperson, we have been informed that the adverts are very much clear. At the end, they do say persons of previously disadvantaged groups are encouraged to apply, or in some instances, they are very specific to say colored and Indian persons are encouraged to apply. But let me say, Chairperson, the issue of colored and Indian person representation in as far as our investigations are concerned, and not just only for these entities, but even for those that appeared in the past decade or so, it's a consistent challenge. We don't see adequate representation of them in leadership position, in senior management, or even at junior management levels. There is always that positive representation, and notwithstanding the fact that sorry for that, I see my laptop was just about to need to charge it. Notwithstanding the fact that the adverts seem to be clear in terms of who is being sought, and we are getting reasons that we are not just getting applications from these groups as well. Those are the reasons that have been advanced. But what we did say also was that in your EE plan, you need to be clear in terms of the barriers that you have and the action plans that you are going to put in place to try to address those barriers. So it's not enough to accept to say that there's a problem, but to what extent have you gone out to really engage the other groups and find out what are the challenges? Are you investing in them as well in the same way you are focusing in other genders as well? So we are saying, but there needs to be that intentional commitment to find out why there is a paucity of representation, but not only just finding out, but putting action plans to say, what are we going to do? We see that we are doing well in terms of the disability around the same issue because they are poorly represented. But you now see the action plans in the EE plan that they will now engage with disability organizations. They'll start going to universities as well to try to get students with disabilities, invest in them so that hopefully they can join their enterprises today or tomorrow, particularly with the private sector. But with the government, what we are saying is that there needs to be proactive measures in place to address the paucity. It cannot be that the status quo remains because the employment equity is very much clear. There must be equitable representation of previously disadvantaged persons at all occupational levels. And we should not, again, where we identify overrepresentation, we leave the status quo. There should be that equitable representation. So the reasons here, Chairperson, is that people are not applying and their hands are tied in that regard. But what we're saying, you should go beyond that. What are you doing to really get the representation in those levels as well? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I'm not too sure. I want to believe that that should bring us to the end of the discussions with the Gender Commission, because there are no signs of further engagement. I want to invite the department, with your indulgence. Department, DG, do you have a view on the presentation of the Gender Commission?
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to yourself and the honorable members. Chairperson, I think what has been highlighted and presented by the Commission, we have had extensive engagement. In the initial investigation, as a department, we were requested to come and make presentations in terms of the extent at which the department has mainstreamed gender issues in its operations. And of course, the observations that have been made by the Commission is what would have been found then. At the time, I think it was sometime in 2021. And as a department, we have had a concerted effort, and that is why then the progress is indicating that we've made significant progress in as far as mainstreaming our gender issues in the way in which we are doing business in the department. And all our policies have been updated, and we do report. In fact, 6 months after that engagement, we provided a feedback to the Gender Commission in terms of the progress that we are making. And Chair, what I want to also emphasize is that there is a concern around empowerment of women and also other designated groups in as far as procurement is concerned. That is still a target which, as a department, we are pursuing. And in all our performance contracts, but also even in the DDG's performance contracts, that's an aspect that we are pursuing and is a measurable target for the department to achieve the expected targets that are set by government. It may not be in the APP, but it is in our operational plans, and we work very closely with the Department of Women, Youth around all gender related issues. And also, I think the last comment I want to make is around representation. And I think it's true that in as much as we do make concerted efforts, especially around other racial groups like your coloreds, Indians, we do not get sufficient applications, but we do make concerted efforts and encourage, even in our awareness sessions, which our communication roll out as part of the campaigns. That is what we do. And just to share with the committee, currently, when you look at the representation of coloreds and also the Indian group, colored stand at 3% in the department. And also then Indians are at 2%. Obviously, what is critical for us is to compare this to the national demographics and work towards ensuring that it is a representation in line with the national demographics. On the Indian side, we're not doing too bad. Indian representation nationally is about 2%. But obviously, I think on the colored representation, we then need to make the concerted effort in as far as that is concerned. But Chair, I think as highlighted, there is a concerted effort in ensuring that we deal with these matters. On the issues of sexual harassment case, as a department, that's a case that are given expediary, and also we take action after a swift investigation has been carried out. Key is also the protection of the alleged victim in as far as that is concerned. So we do note the report, Chair, and we're continuously working as a department to ensure that we mainstream these matters as expected. And also it is government policy, which as a department, we subscribe and align to. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG. Minister?
Chair, I don't have anything to answer. I think that DG has covered the points that need to be made.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much also, DG. Thank you very much to the Commission. We then move to the next point, the next item, sorry, which is the presentation by Mr. Sternberg, or no, we go to the presentation from the Minister, the report back from the UNFCCC COP28. Minister? Dr. Matotok?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I request permission to be excused unless if we are requested to partake throughout the process, Chairperson. Thank you.
Agreed, given. Thank you very much, Dr. Matotok.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister?
Sorry, Chair, I missed the point.
We are now on the item of the report from the UNFCCC in Dubai.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Chair, let me first of all request that you will release the department officials who are not part of the rest of the meeting, because I think that they have matters that they're going to attend to. We have prepared a presentation for the Portfolio Committee on the COP28. And I think that what all honourable members are aware, because a number of members of the Portfolio Committee were with us at COP28, is that from the perspective of South Africa and the African group of negotiators, we felt that the outcome of COP28, sorry, Chair, was better than has been the situation in the past. We began before the formal negotiations with the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund, and the outcome saw a global goal on adaptation, something that South Africa and the African group of negotiators have struggled for many years. You would also see that in the language of the final document, there's a lot of references made to the question of the just transition, to issues of equity and differentiated responsibilities and capabilities. So I think overall, we were pleased that the outcomes of COP28 reflect the complexities that developing countries face in the climate transition and the difficulties that developing countries face in building climate resilience. I would want to give an opportunity to DDG Kekana to make the presentation on our behalf, which will look specifically at what we aim to achieve at COP28 and what we did in fact achieve as an outcome. I should also just share with the committee that we have just come back from the African Union meeting in Addis Ababa, and at that meeting there was the CAHOSC meeting, which is the meeting where African governments discuss climate issues, and I think that there was general acceptance of the decisions of COP28, and I think also there was also acceptance and acclaim for the climate summit that President Ruto hosted in Kenya last year before COP28. And I think that was a very important event because it really helped to change the narrative and to talk about the economic opportunities that exist for the African continent in the process of the green transition. So I thought it was important just to mention that. But let me hand over to DDG Kekana to take us forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The request you made from the beginning is that the people from the department who are done with the report on gender commission should be released. Indeed, they are. And we appreciate that commitment to serve the people, because it means that you take the people of South Africa very serious.
Good morning, Chair.
Oh,
Good morning. No, I'm all right, Chair.
Hey,
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Let me say greetings to Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, yourself, Chair, Honorable members, DG, and colleagues on the platform. I'll try to be as quick as I can, Chair. If we can move to the next slide. This is the presentation for noting. Let's go to the next one. Yes, I think a lot of points that Minister indicated are captured in this slide. From the assessment that we did and in consultation with our colleagues from DERCON Presidency. We think South Africa did achieve quite a lot at the COP. As Minister said, there were significant outcomes, such as the operationalization of the fund that we agreed to in Egypt in the previous COP, which is Loss and Damage Fund. The global stocktake that Minister Creecy facilitated, big outcomes on adaptation, as Minister said, and just transition, but I'll come back to all these points. The most important issue for us overall was the whole issue of contextualization and the narrative that climate change needs to be fitted squarely within sustainable development and respect the right to development, especially of developing countries who needs to choose their own just transition pathways, because we've got these shared objectives such as working towards 1.5 degrees and net zero, but it's quite important that developed countries choose their own pathways towards achieving that. That is what climate justice is about. We played a key role, as indicated, as a member of the Group of 77 in China. This is the group of all developing countries, as well as a member of Africa Group of Negotiators. And finally, as Brazil, South Africa, India, and China, what we call the basic group. As well as in our own national capacity, given that South Africa facilitated several items on behalf of the UAE COP28 presidency, and this included loss and damage, as I said, just transition through the minister, just transitions, and other technical issues such as your enhanced transparency framework and capacity building. The president, as you are aware, also attended the summit, because the meeting started with a summit, and the summit dealt with several issues such as global finance architecture, the reform thereof, strategic minerals, and carbon border taxes, and was highly engaged in those discussions. Before we went to COP, I think we came to this portfolio committee and highlighted what we are sharing on the screen here, that our expectations were very clear, scaling up adaptation finance and ensuring parity between mitigation and adaptation, having a mitigation work program that is important for scaling our ambition, but also addressing the issue of resources, in particular delivery of the 100 billion, operationalization of loss and damage, but also delivering global stocktake outcomes that consider historical responsibility. That is the pre-2020, why are we here? What are the gaps and how do we need to move forward in those? And the issues of global goal on adaptation finally getting recognition. So these are some of the expectations that we presented to the portfolio committee before the COP. Next slide. So taking them one by one, just to do a proper, when we're doing our proper assessment and why we came to the conclusion that we achieved what we wanted for the COP. For the global stocktake, as I've just alluded, we said it should provide a comprehensive stocktake assessment for all the goals of the Paris Agreement, and this is mitigation, adaptation, and finance. It should not be used to for new interpretation of the Paris Agreement, but also to have the practice that we saw previously, where issues are not discussed, but you find them in the final outcome. And a key consideration for us this time around was this issue of fossil fuel and energy, which of course eventually there was some discussions. So that is what we wanted to do. The adopted decision of this first global stocktake process included key outcomes on finance, adaptation, and mitigation, as we had advocated for. So not just mitigation, but all the goals. The decision also refers to tripling renewable energy capacity globally and doubling energy efficiency as we conclude this critical decade, the 2030. Parties also agreed to transition away from fossil fuel in energy system, but there's a qualifier there. It says in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, and to accelerate efforts to phase down unabated coal. So the global stocktake outcome was quite comprehensive and included these new things that were never captured in the COP before. Next one. On the global goal on adaptation, we were very clear. It's time we have the framework on the global goal on adaptation. Since Paris, we did not have one. And it must have targets that are measurable, time-bound, and outcome-based, and focused on reducing adverse impacts and risk of climate change. We did adopt that particular framework. It's called UAA Framework for Global Climate Resilience. This is, we see this as the most important decision on adaptation since the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015. Tied to that, we launched a 2-year work program that will then define the indicators which will help us in measuring progress towards achieving those targets as agreed during the COP. So we'll be engaged in a 2-year program on those indicators. Next one. The loss and damage, let me not spend much time here because we operationalized the fund, as I said, and the funds, the fund itself, or a fund itself, will have separate resources to those of adaptation. Developed countries will continue to resource the adaptation funds separately, so we'll have funds for both adaptation and loss and damage dealt in 2 different places. Of course, there were pledges by the end of the COP. Those were sitting around US $792 million. But as we've said previously, this is just a fraction of the losses and damages that developing countries are suffering. So it's a start. But we need to do better. That has been our official position, but it was a good start to have those pledges. And on the issue of just transition, which was highly contested, this is the program that was put in the Egypt COP 27. So there were a lot of discussions, and this is where South Africa was leading the G77. So the line that we were pushing was the work program that recognizes various stages of transitions. and that just transition is not a narrow. It should not be a narrow approach. It should be a whole of society, a whole of economy approach, and this was where the contestations were around. So in the end, there was that 5-year work program that was adopted, and this will be discussing different just transition pathways, as we've been saying, addressing all the elements of the Paris Agreement, and it will have both a national and international dimension of just transition at the end. So we managed to bring that international focus to the issues of just transition. And further, the decision goes further to highlight the importance of finance and technology development and transfer, as well as capacity building support to achieve this just transition, both nationally and globally. And it also talks to improving international cooperation on just transitions in developing countries. Next one. On the mitigation work program, this is a work program that was already in place, but we just wanted to see how can we use this platform to scale up efforts in developing countries, particularly in implementation of our NDCs. So the conclusion really was that this program this year should continue to focus on investment workshops that should aim at unlocking this funding for developing countries. So it will be focusing on what needs to happen for developing countries, and this is where the issues of finance are quite important. So that is the end, rather than focusing on new targets, new goals. So we'll be focusing on what we need for the actual implementation. So the next one, finance in general, members would know that we spoke about that there are discussions around the new finance quantified goal in these negotiations. We currently are using the $100 billion goal up to 2025, but by post 2025 there should be a new finance goal. So we were advocating for step change, and this is simple because I mean there's just been endless workshops with no outcome, but just workshop reports that are not really leading us to concluding this issue of setting up this new finance goal. And we were also still pushing to see the roadmap for the delivery of the 100 billion itself. Of course, when it comes to the 100 billion, there were two different views with developed countries insisting that in 2023, they did actually give us this money. And we still disagree because we haven't quite seen it. But what we all agreed to is that the decision notes with concern that this was not delivered on time in 2020 in any case. So new pledges, of course, were made to the Green Climate Fund, which is very important because this is an existing fund. By the end of the COP, it was sitting at 12.8 billion, making it slightly better than before we went to the COP. And of course, when it comes to the COP decided and on NCQG new finance quantified goal. Of course, the COP decided to have that step change. So we for this year we will have focused discussions with text that can help us to come with this goal. So we are going to move away from the workshop mode where the workshop report is just presented to the COP and it ends there. So we will start to have the actual negotiations when it comes to this. So the key question is, what are the implications for us as a country? And I indicated earlier on that for the first time ever in the convention, you've got a new language on phasing down fossil fuel. But as I said, this is contextualized as a sustainable development issue, and that the transition must happen in a just, orderly, and equitable manner with enabling means of implementation support. On the issues of trade, minerals and carbon taxes, we believe this require a follow-up and coordination among developing countries. There was not much progress made on those ones. The progression in the international community's conceptualization of just transition is quite important to us. We're no longer just focusing on energy or mitigation, but we recognize that different countries are engaged in different transitions. Now just transition has been broadened to be a whole of society and whole of economy approach, as opposed to what has been happening, which is a narrow focus on energy on one side and then on the workforce on the other side. Now we've managed to broaden the scope. So looking ahead to COP29 in Azerbaijan, you would understand from the presentation that the issues of new finance quantified goal, or the issues of finance, would be key. But also what would be key in Azerbaijan is the consideration of what the countries would be submitting this year by annual transparency report. And the key issue with these reports is that they include a section on tracking progress, implementation progress. So you've set this goal, and what have you achieved? And that will be in those particular reports. So those two things will be quite key at this year's COP. So the recommendation is as indicated there, just for noting of the presentation. Thank you so much, and back to you, Chair and Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntade Kekana. Minister?
Now, through your chair, I think we're ready to take questions.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, can I check if there are questions for clarity or concerns that we want to raise with regards to the report from the UNFCCC? We note Honorable Bryant at the other hand. Nene. Who is Nene Menendle? Okay, that's fine. Does not matter anymore. Honorable Bryant, you will be followed by Honorable Winkler and Honorable Paulsen. In that order, thank you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. And I just want to say I was one of the delegates who attended the COP conference, and I think there were a significant number of things that were achieved by the delegation. I think they should be commended for that. There was a lot of work going on behind the scenes, as I understand, a lot of late nights as well. And I do think that the South African delegation fought quite hard in terms of putting forward our position and the position of the developing world on many of these issues. I think there were a couple of key points that came up time and time again during the conference. One of them was this issue of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, or punitive measures. And it did seem that by the end of the conference, after renewed calls from many sectors, it wasn't just the South African delegation, there were other developing countries as well who shared this concern about punitive measures being imposed as opposed to incentives. I do think that message came across quite strongly. But I just want to find out, perhaps from Mr. Kekana, if there is any subsequent feedback that's come through on those issues. The other thing, there has been concern from some sectors around the hosting of the event being in the Emirates, and whether or not having it hosted by a state that has effectively vested interests in the fossil fuel industry is in some ways a bit of a conflict of interest. The next one is due to be hosted in Kazakhstan, which is also a very fossil fuel rich country. And I'm just wondering what the government's position is on that, if they feel that in any way, with the delegation, if they feel that in any way there was anything that felt untoward around the hosting, and if they have any concerns about the coming COP being hosted in another fossil fuel rich country. Apart from that, again, I just want to say thank you to all the officials as well who attended. I think a lot needs to be done to get us across the line and achieve our climate goals. I think the first step is ensuring that the climate change bill gets properly finalized, and perhaps we could maybe have a little bit of an update on that as well while we're on the UNFCCC report. But thank you very much, and I'll hand over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Are you done, Honorable Bryant?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Honorable Winkler. It's your opportunity now.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the feedback on the COP and the delegation, what was achieved. What I'd like to ask is that the presenter did mention that developing countries had initially allegedly pledged 100 billion towards climate finance. And obviously developing nations, including ourselves, had disputed that. I just need some clarity on what the context around that is, about this 100 billion that purportedly was given, but we dispute that and we say we still need to receive the 100 billion in climate financing. So that's the one question. And the other is, I think that Honourable Bryant is absolutely correct. Now the hard work begins. And I think that as a portfolio committee, we really need to get some feedback on the JET IP and perhaps get the Presidential Climate Commission to come and, I don't know, present to the committee, and just so that we are all on the same page as to where we are in terms of the process at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Winkler. Honorable Paulsen, it's your opportunity now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I'm sorry, I just struggled with my device here for a while. Chairperson, at COP26, countries agreed to phase down the use of coal, but they also did not agree to quit all fossil fuels. And at COP28, one of the purposes was to do a stock take. And also it focused extensively on the future role of fossil fuels and whether countries should commit to start phasing out the use of these CO2 emitting coal, oil and gas fuels that we use. So I'd like to know what's the progress in that in terms of that stock take, and as Honorable Brian said that the UAE is the entire economy is around producing fossil fuels for export. and as well as Kazakhstan, where the next COP29 takes place. So in terms of the stock take and in terms of the future of COP and the UNFCCC, should we not then also propose that countries that host these events should have a favorable just energy transition program? I was one of the unfortunate ones, just like you, Chair, that wasn't invited along to do to go shopping in Dubai. So I just like I just like to know whether that particular matter has been deliberated upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Can we let bygones be bygones? I want to advise Mr. Kekana. There are two questions there in the chat box. I see Minentle wanted to ask something, and also and Patrick, they wanted to ask questions. Please take your make it your business to just go to the chat box and be able to respond to those questions. You're not overstepping, Minentle. We appreciate your questions, and together with Patrick, it's just that in the committee, it's a meeting of members of parliament. You're not overstepping. We know those questions, and I'm sure Mr. Kekana will respond, or the minister. Honorable members, let me check with you. Are there further questions before we give back to the department for responses? Okay, none. Mr. Kekana, come back, and then we'll invite the minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and we receive the compliments very well. On the issue of punitive measures, as Honorable Bryant mentioned it, unfortunately, those that are proposing these measures are digging in. They still want to go ahead with these measures, which is why in our presentation we were indicating that there need to be a more coordinated approach from the G77 and China to deal with this issue. Unfortunately, towards COP28, I think it was just the basic countries that tried to propose an agenda item, and because it was not workshopped properly, so we could not have that. Of course, in the climate summit, then our leaders picked this up and raised this issue sharply. And you would see that in the decision, there's something that condemns some of these measures, but not the way we would have wanted it if it was in the form of the agenda item. But also from the African continent, I think this issue was highlighted strongly in the Africa Climate Summit outcome, and it was reiterated in the Addis Ababa meeting that minister spoke about this weekend, that Africa condemned this and encouraged those that want to bring this upon us to reconsider. But I think we really need to pick it up once again in a much more coordinated fashion within the UNFCCC negotiations themselves. And on the issue of the hosting, unfortunately, there are no rules in the UNFCCC that dictate which country can host and which country cannot host. We ourselves, being heavily dependent on some of these things, also hosted the COP. So I think the idea is that all of us should put more focus on making progress, and I don't see any discussion on this in terms of who should host and who should not host. We do not have any view when it comes to who should host. What we are focusing on is the actual substance of the discussions, because we really want to see progress on the issues of tackling climate change and support being provided so we can ramp up our actions and so forth. So the hosting in that sense does not really matter. But for the UAE itself, I think it was quite important that the decisions, for example, include for the first time language on fossil fuel. So you could really tell that it's a party-driven process. It's not a host country-driven process. If parties want to reach an agreement, they will. If parties don't want to agree to certain things, it will be like that. So it's a party-driven process, as we all say. And on the issue of the 100 billion, Honorable Winkler, I mean, this is highly contested. And you see, the issue is that the developed countries commission their own report through OECD and others. And these reports for a very long time have been indicating that they are making significant progress and now claiming that they've achieved the delivery of this particular goal. But we have formal reports, or what we call formal reports, that are conducted within the UNFCCC through the Standing Committee on Finance. And those reports tell a different picture. So it becomes difficult for developing countries to take reports that are conducted by the people who are supposed to give us these monies vis-a-vis what is official, where everybody, including themselves, are represented in that particular standing committee. That is why you see that there would always be those two views, because we rely on official reports from the Standing Committee on Finance, and they project their own reports that they conduct somewhere else. So that is just to clarify that. And on the issue of the COP28 phase down and COP28 now phase down of fossil fuel, and where are we? I mean, the global stock take was very clear that we are not on track to meeting the 1.5 degree goal, which is why it called for certain actions to be taken on board if we were to have a chance of maintaining or limiting temperature increases to 1.5 degree goal. It's very clear, but this is the point that has also been made by scientists, including the IPC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change scientists, who have indicated that we are actually not on the right course. Although the global stocktake indicate that there's been a significant progress since the Paris agreement came into force. So that is also acknowledged. But the point is, we really have to see, to measure this progress against the 1.5 degree goal. So I think that point is clearly indicated. But the reports, they supplement all these issues that have been raised, that we are not on track. For example, you might have read that in 2023, there were record investments in fossil fuels, particularly from large developed countries, and which is a issue of serious concern. But subsequent to COP28 decision, you might have also read that there's decisions where people are starting to pull back on these particular investments, the people that we would have expected to start with, that they would do this even without this decision. So in a way, you could see the influence of the COP outcomes on those sort of investments decisions. So that is those are the responses that I could give, Chair, at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
I think there's another question there in the chat box. Did you check it?
Yes, I did check it. This relates to what I was talking about on the scientists, the IPCC, what are they saying, and the agency. But of course, the reports of the Global Stocktake also talks about the agency when it comes to actual implementation, which is why COP28 now is going to be very important, because now we're going to test that issue through the report of the BTRs. Thank you.
Great. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think Mr. Kakana has dealt with all the questions, and I don't want to subject the committee to my coughing fits, so let me leave it there.
It would seem that it is already transmitted to Honorable Brian, but those are the consequences
that I can't take responsibility for. I don't want to take responsibility.
Those are the results of COP28. Honorable members, can I check if there are further questions for clarity from Mr. Tekana?
No, thanks, Chair.
Honorable COP28, Brian.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chair, I think the only thing that I was going to maybe just emphasize is how important it's going to be for us to ensure that we are able to fund this just transition process over the next few years, and the subsequent COPs are going to provide us with an opportunity to reevaluate, I think, provide guidance on that. We're not really going to be able to achieve anything close to what we want to if we don't have the requisite finances in place. So I think just ensuring that we place that at the forefront of all of our discussions going forward, and recognizing the fact that we're not going to be able to fund this on our own, and how important this JET IP is going to be for the progress towards that. I mean, there were a lot of plaudits and kudos given in terms of what we had in place at the conference, but we really now just need to knuckle down, as Honourable Winkler has said, and ensure that we get that plan up and running, and we get the finance mechanisms in place as we've set out in the climate change bill as well. But I see my colleague Honourable Webb is going to ask a question as well, so I'm going to sign off there. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Brian, Honourable Weber.
Hello again, the Chair. I have an interesting question to ask. Sorry, I have two devices to stay on with this meeting. They whatever the balance one. Oh. So I would like to know, especially with the implementation and start of the just transition, in the end, the implementation of that, I believe, falls within, I'm not sure, with the Department of Energy, and we're doing the planning. So are there going to be a joint committee with the planning of the budget, the implementation of the budget, because I believe these two departments have to work together and cannot work in isolation. I do not know who wants to respond to that, but I don't think it helps if we sit and we plan and we budget and everything, and from the other side, the Department of Energy is doing something similar. I'm not sure how clear that the clarity is between the two, is responsible for what, and if we are on the same page. I hope my question is clear on that. Thank you.
Can I take that one, Chair?
Thank you very much, Honourable Weber. I had somebody, is that the Minister?
Yes, Chair.
Yes,
I said, may I respond to Honorable Weber?
yes, sure.
Honorable Weber, the JET implementation plan is overseen by a cabinet committee. I chair that cabinet committee, but in that committee is the Department of Minerals and Energy, the Department of Public Enterprises, Science and Technology, Trade and Industry, and Treasury. So I think it's important. Obviously, the JET it's located in the presidency because there is recognition that the implementation of the JET is a cross-departmental matter. Sorry, Department of Labour. Minister Detonations is also in that committee. So I think that there is recognition that a number of departments' work is impacted on by the plan, and a number of departments would have different interests in terms of the plan. So Honourable Weber is correct, and it is facilitated in that manner.
Done. Minister?
Sorry, I'm finished, Chairperson.
I apologize.
I answered Honourable Weber's question.
Yeah, the shortcomings are on my side because my network is vacillating. But then, thank you once again, Honorable Minister. Can I then check if there are further questions for clarity, subtractions, additions? Are there any? None.
Can I request we release DDG Kakana, please, Chair?
Yes, I think we're done, Honorable Minister. Mr. Kekana may be released. Thank you very much again, Mr. Kekana. Can we then move to the next item? Mr. Sternberg. Is Mr. Sternberg ready?
Good morning,
From the
Honourable
Eastern Cape?
Chairperson. I'm ready.
Wonderful. Do you have the rights to project?
I am testing that now. Please confirm that you can see the presentation.
See it. We can't see it now, so we can confirm.
Thank you. Thanks again, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you very much for receiving us and giving us this opportunity today. Good morning, honourable members of the committee. Can I just ask once again, Honourable Chairperson, can you please confirm that you can see a presentation?
Not yet, Mr. Sternberg.
Okay. Apologies, let me try that again. Okay. Any possibility now? Can you see the presentation?
No sign of you coming forth, Mr. Sternberg.
Let me try one more.
Oh, okay. I was going to try from my side, Chair.
Yeah, please try Chileka. Now we're talking.
Great. Thank you very much.
For formalizing protection for unique and highly endangered coastal biodiversity in the Eastern Cape. That's your presentation, Mr. Sternberg. Am I right?
That's right. That's the correct presentation.
Go ahead.
And I'm going to start with an introduction so we can stay on that first page. Once again, good morning, Chairperson, honorable members of the committee. My name is Michael, and we are calling in today from a small town in the Eastern Cape called Jeffreys Bay. This is just west of Kabeljous in the Eastern Cape. And we're here today to ask for the committee's help in formalizing protection for a piece of coastal land of extraordinary endemic biodiversity that, despite all modern pressures, still remains miraculously unspoilt and preserved. Traveling from Kabeljous in the direction of Jeffreys Bay, you'll cross the Kabeljous River, and then on the coastal side of the R102, you'll see the conservation area. At first glance, it may not look like much. I confess I'm not a biologist or a scientist, and so I remember when I first saw it, it looked like felt. But as I slowly learned more and started to look closer, I noticed the armed shrubs, the tough succulents, the tangling vines, and it turns out that what I was looking at, or what we are looking at, is called thickets. It's an ancient biome of incredible biodiversity, and these plants that we were looking at have been there through generations, over millions of years. As I got more curious, I discovered that this particular ecosystem of thickets that is found in the greater Kabeljous area is found nowhere else on the planet, except for a very small part of the Eastern Cape. In the same area, there are various other ecosystems, coastal wetlands, dune fields, estuaries, all with conservation importance. And so it's unsurprising that you'll see plant species here that exist nowhere else in the world, and you'll find birds that are more endangered than the black rhino. To top it off, the area is rich in archaeological sites, and it's a testament to the very strong cultural heritage in the area. And so as I got curious and learned more, this area, which I first thought looked like felt, started to look more like the Garden of Eden. And I was left thinking how proud we as South Africans can be that we still have such ancient and unique pieces of nature in our country. At the same time, living in this area, I've observed a lot of transformation of our wild spaces. The area is important for the dairy industry as well as citrus. And of course, being a coastline, there is always pressure to develop.
Mr. Sternberg?
Yes.
We want to see this Garden of Eden in the country, but are we able to run the presentation and the slides and take us through? Because it's
Sure.
not moving from unless you are still on the introduction.
Yes, I'm about to finish. About to finish the introduction. So I think what I think when I see natural land being transformed is about how difficult it must be being a legislator, finding that balance between the environment and the development. And what I've concluded is that when we lose our wild spaces, but due legal processes followed and rule of law is adhered to, I think we need to trust in our environmental legislative systems and our spatial planning frameworks and accept this. However, when we lose our wild spaces, but due process is not followed and the rule of law is flouted, it's much harder to accept. And so in these cases, we trust that the competent authorities will step in and fairly apply the rule of law to protect the environment, especially when it's critically endangered. When we see no action from the competent authorities, notwithstanding critically endangered ecosystems being put at risk, it's at that point that we're moved to take action as civil society to try and stop the loss and deterioration of these wild spaces where we live. And that's how I became part of this partnership. Knowing what I know about the area, I couldn't stand by and watch this potentially be lost. So if we can move on to slide number 2, which is the map. We are the Greater Kabeljous Partnership, and we're here to give a voice to this piece of land, which we call the Greater Kabeljous Conservation Area. The conservation area is the outline in yellow, and it contains 3 separate parcels of land, or three owners of land. There's the green shaded area, which is known as Kabeljous, owned by the Eastern Cape Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. There is the yellow shaded area, which is the Poppiesfontein State Land, that is owned by the Eastern Cape Department of Human Settlements. And the remaining land is private landowners. Today we'll talk mostly about the area shaded in yellow. In this presentation, we're going to have biologists, who I'm going to introduce in a moment, telling us about the biodiversity importance of Poppiesfontein and this conservation area. We'll look briefly at the history since 1999 in attempting to have this land declared a protected area, and how painfully close we've been to it being declared. We will look at how delays in declaration have left the area vulnerable to various risks, and how one of those risks materialized at the end of 2022 when the land was illegally occupied, and there's been some devastating ecological impact since. Finally, we'll cover some of the environmental laws that appear to have been transgressed, and some of the action taken by various government departments to date. Thankfully, it's not all doom and gloom. The occupation of the land has in a way been quite positive. It's rallied the entire community behind a bigger vision for not only protecting the Poppiesfontein state land, but protecting the entire Greater Kabeljous conservation area. So that's that area outlined in yellow. And that is for all South Africans to continue to enjoy it into the future. At the end of this presentation, we'll provide 3 actionable requests that we believe this committee can assist with to help move the declaration of the land forward. And this is not just a request, we're also going to make an offer. What we can reveal is that if we can secure the declaration of 528 hectares of Poppiesfontein state land, it can potentially unlock a protected coastal conservation corridor of almost 2,400 hectares. This is because we've been working behind the scenes to try and obtain agreement in principle from the private landowners to declare their lands, and they have indicated that they would be willing to do that should the uncertainty around the Poppiesfontein state land be removed. I'm going to hand over now to a biologist colleague, Dr. Wenzel Kutzer. I will allow him to introduce himself and carry on with the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. So my name is Wenzel Kutzer, and I am a conservation practitioner that specialises in protected area expansion and biodiversity stewardship. Can we move to the next slide, please? So I'm going to try and provide a brief summary of why the area is so important from a conservation point of view. And I think to start off with, it's important to point out that protection of the Greater Kabeljous area is well aligned with government's strategic conservation priorities. And the area is recognized as a high conservation priority by the Eastern Cape Protected Area Expansion Strategy, but also by the National Protected Area Expansion Strategy. And so it's well, conservation or conserving this land is well aligned to government's protected area expansion priorities at both the provincial and national level. The area is also recognized as by the Eastern Cape Biodiversity Conservation Plan as a critical biodiversity area. And basically what it means is that it's a very important area for biodiversity conservation, but also to ensure the continued functioning of ecosystems in the landscape. And it's therefore very important to ensure that this area remains in a natural state. The area is also exceptionally diverse with at least 5 different ecosystem types included in the area. The most important one of which is the ecosystem type known as Humansdorp shale renosterveld. And Humansdorp shale renosterveld is a fynbos type that's listed as an endangered ecosystem in terms of the National Environmental Management Biodiversity Act. And it's at risk of ecological collapse due to the high rates of habitat loss and fragmentation that this ecosystem type has experienced over the past 3 decades. This ecosystem type also only occurs in a very small part of the Eastern Cape and nowhere else in the world. And there's so little of it left that there's really very limited opportunity to still conserve this ecosystem type. And it's also worth noting that currently, as things stand, there's no formal record, there's no Humansdorp shale renosterveld that's formally conserved anywhere else in a formal conservation area. And so the Greater Kabeljous area really, quite literally, is one of the last places where an ecologically viable unit of Humansdorp shale renosterveld can still be conserved. And this is especially important in light of the fact that government has international obligations under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity to implement the global biodiversity framework, which includes conserving 30% of our terrestrial ecosystems, our freshwater ecosystems and oceans. And since this is one of the last areas where we still can conserve this ecosystem type, I think it's really significant. We can move on to the next slide, please. The area is, as Michael has said, located along a pristine and undeveloped coastline. And it also contains quite an impressive network of large and important wetlands that has been recognized since the early 1980s for their conservation importance. SANBI also classifies these wetlands as vulnerable and in need of protection. And these wetlands are also ecologically and hydrologically connected to the Kabeljous estuary. And so being also along a pristine coastline, I think this is quite significant in light of the findings of the latest National Biodiversity Assessment. And there was 2 key findings that I think is relevant to this discussion. And the first is that estuaries and wetlands are amongst the most threatened and least protected ecosystem types in South Africa. The second key finding of the National Biodiversity Assessment was that our coastal biodiversity is under severe threat, largely because of the pressures that's concentrated around our coastal areas. And so the Greater Kabeljous area really provides an opportunity where all 3 of these important biodiversity assets of the country can still be conserved. Can we move to the next slide, please? The area is also home to quite a number of species that are threatened with extinction. In fact, there's 16 plant species of special conservation concern that's found along this coastline, 3 of which are listed by SANBI as endangered species, 2 of which are listed as critically endangered species. And then there's also a number of bird species of special conservation concern. Probably one of the more important ones would be the black harrier, which is listed as an endangered species. And it's also one of Southern Africa's scarcest endemic raptor species. And it's estimated that there's less than 1,000 mature individuals that remains worldwide. So they are very vulnerable to extinction, more so than black rhino. And the Greater Kabeljous area is important breeding and hunting grounds for the endangered black harrier. We can move to the next slide, please. Then in addition to the important biodiversity value, it's also worth mentioning that the area is quite important from a cultural heritage point of view. And the area is there's various Khoisan groups that to whom the Greater Kabeljous area has deep cultural significance, and many of those groups trace their heritage back to the area. And archaeologists have to date documented 85 different archaeological sites along the Greater Kabeljous coastline. And that includes shell-midden Stone Age artifacts and tools, as well as human remains and Khoisan burial sites. Next slide, please. And so many of the local Khoisan people are very supportive of protecting and conserving this land. And the Greater Kabeljous Partnership has therefore been in discussions with the local Khoisan people to try and work together towards this common vision of protecting and conserving this cultural and biodiversity asset. And I'd like to briefly just read a quote to you by one of the leaders of one of the prominent Khoisan families in the area, namely the Stierman family. So the quote goes, "The Stierman family is pleased that this partnership has been formed to protect the cultural and environmental value of the land, and we will work closely with the Greater Kabeljous Partnership to advance a common vision for this area and to protect and celebrate our Khoi and San heritage." Next slide, please. So, as Michael said, there has been progress over actually there's a long history, like a 25-year history of steps that have been taken to try and conserve the land, to get statutory protection for the land by having it declared as a nature reserve. And the attempts goes back as far as 1999. Unfortunately, for the sake of time, I won't go into all of the detail and the 25-year history. But what I would like to do is to just briefly focus on a number of key milestones that have been achieved to date that I think sets the stage for finally getting the area protected. So back in 2017, the DEET, the Provincial Conservation Authority in the Eastern Cape, wrote to the Provincial Department of Human Settlements and expressing its support for the protection and conservation of the Papiesfontein land, which is currently owned and vested with the Department of Human Settlements. In the same year, the Eastern Cape Biodiversity Review Panel of the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency confirmed that the area also qualifies to be declared as a nature reserve. The biodiversity value of the area is important enough to justify a nature reserve declaration. And then in 2019, the DEET, the Provincial Conservation Authority, approved a memorandum with recommendations to have the Kabeljous state land formally declared as a provincial nature reserve and to have the Papiesfontein state land transferred to the DEET and to have it declared as part of the nature reserve. Unfortunately, to date, there has been very little tangible progress in terms of implementing those positive decisions that was made. And as a result of the delays in getting the land formally declared and conserved, it has left the land quite vulnerable and exposed to threats. And one example of that would be the unlawful land occupation that then recently started to unfold at Papiesfontein. And with that, I'll hand over to Mr. Ricky Stone, who will talk to that last aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wenzel, and good morning.
Mr. Stone, this shouldn't be more than 5 minutes, should it?
It shouldn't, Honourable Chairperson. If it does need to go longer than 5 minutes, I will ask for your indulgence. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. As mentioned, my name is Ricky Stone. I am an attorney in private practice at Cullen and Associates, which is a law firm that would certainly be very well known to this department. I am, however, presenting to you today in my personal capacity as a very proud son of South Africa and a resident of Ward 17 in the Kocha local municipality. Of course, oftentimes we are motivated when we see patent disregard for our sacrosanct environmental and other laws that, you know, as a passionate citizen, you have to roll up your own sleeves. And for that reason, I decided to form part of the Greater Kabeljous Partnership. So I just want to very quickly, noting the time constraints, just go through some of the more perhaps doomy aspects of what we're dealing with on the land. So you'll see that there's a locality map on the screen. The shaded area in yellow is the Papiesfontein land. The areas marked 1 and 2 are the specific areas where unlawful occupation has taken place. So just over 14 and a half months ago, around 5 December 2022, the Papiesfontein state land was unlawfully invaded by a small group of people. They proceeded to build illegal structures and blocked the public access to the state land. This is very important because the public have for generations had and enjoyed that access, not only to the land, but of course also to the coastal corridor in alignment with the Integrated Coastal Management Act. Aerial footage, which has been taken between April 2023 and January 2024, shows that the unlawful settlement is expanding quite substantially and dangerously. In addition, and something which will be of very great concern to the state, is that the unlawful occupiers have also made an illegal connection to a core bulk water line, which runs from the Churchill Dam to the Nelson Mandela Metro, which of course provides the city of Kabeljous with a bulk of its water. If we could go to the next slide, please. So we have just used then before and after photographs, the top one being before, of course, and the bottom one after. So at Site 1, there's been a total of endangered vegetation that has been cleared of approximately 1,484 square meters. I say endangered, and that is because this ecosystem is listed as being an endangered ecosystem in terms of the National Environmental Management Biodiversity Act. Of course, the members of this honourable committee will well appreciate that the trigger in the listing notices does not per se pertain to endangered vegetation, but indigenous vegetation of 300 square meters or more. So we can see quite clearly that the scale of what has been cleared on Site 1, starting in April 2023 of just over 1,000 square meters, and then a further 300 square meters having been cleared in January 2024. This clearing took place to make way for the various illegal structures, parking, turning areas, a dump site for building rubble, also within the endangered ecosystem, and then the further more recent clearing to create a large gathering area with a fire pit and other structures. Next slide, please. Then on Site 2, again, the top photo is before and below is after. Site 2, there's been slightly less indigenous vegetation and endangered vegetation, which has been cleared, of approximately 893 square meters. This was 400 odd square meters in April 2023, and more recent observations from January 2024 have shown that the unlawful buildings have now been increased by an estimated 468 square meters. Next slide, please. So quite clearly, the unlawful land invasion and occupation does pose a rather significant threat to the environment. And this is because it fragments and degrades some of the last and best known remaining areas of the endangered Humansdorp shell rhinosterveld in an area where it may still be conserved. It further degrades the environmental quality of the ecosystem as a whole due to the poor waste management practices of the unlawful occupiers and the fact that there's no formal sewage treatment systems in place. This is exacerbated by the uncontrolled grazing of livestock and domestic animals, which also poses further risks as a result of an increase in wildfires, poaching, and unregulated activities. And perhaps it's quite important to point out that our position of the Greater Kabeljous Partnership is aimed not at necessarily protecting a single species, but rather with adopting an ecosystems approach, because of course, by protecting an ecosystem, all species may be able to be protected and can thrive well into the future for the benefit of future generations. Next slide, please. So we have also obtained independent report from members of the Fitzpatrick Institute of African Ornithology at the University of Cape Town. And the researchers at the Institute have found that the sites occupied by the unlawful land occupiers is the same site that's used by the endangered black harrier for breeding, foraging, and roosting. In effect, they concluded that the presence of the unlawful occupation in the Kabeljous area is a serious threat to the continued presence and future breeding of the threatened birds in the area. That would include other threatened species in addition to the black harrier. So what is very clear is that the vegetation clearing has had significant impacts directly on the populations of endangered and critically endangered plant species and also animal species. Next slide, please. Although it's always encouraging to have a government that is responsive and has taken steps, as my colleague Wenzel mentioned, this has really been over a 2-decade effort led by the state and members of civil society to have this land protected. So some of the, key actions taken by provincial and local government departments, the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, or the DHS, as the landowner, they've laid a trespassing criminal complaint against the unlawful occupiers. Quite unfortunately, although perhaps understandably due to resource constraints, the SAPS have not concluded an investigation. The DHS have also instituted eviction proceedings against the unlawful occupiers, but there's been very slow progress on those proceedings. Similarly, the Coca local municipality on the ground level have filed an application to compel the MEC for the DHS to take steps to ensure that any and all unlawful and unauthorized activities on the property are seized, halted, and prevented with immediate effect. Although pleadings are now closed, that matter is yet to be set down in the Gqeberha High Court, although we anticipate it should be set down soon. Next slide, please. The further on steps taken by government, and we of course appreciate and commend government for taking these steps. The Provincial Environmental Law Enforcement, which would be DEET as the Eastern Cape Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, including their enforcement arm, the Green Scorpions, have rather and have failed to explain why they have not taken any action, despite having it being reported to them that far more than 300 square meters of endangered vegetation has been cleared. That, of course, is one listed activity. There are many more listed activities, being listed activity 4, 6, and 12 of listing notice 3, which are all triggered quite clearly. And this has been confirmed by an independent report from a well-respected EAP. That has then left civil society, as is often the case, due to this lack of progress and communication from government, to intervene themselves. So to this end, Conservation Outcomes managed to raise some funding. They instructed the law firm where I practice, Cullinan Associates, and we managed to engage with the authorities, that would be provincial and local government, to ensure that the good work that government have put in to date is really concluded, and that the well-intentioned efforts and resolutions taken even by prior administrations are now seen to reach a place where it can be resolved for the benefit of the entire community. But, you know, and with very deep respect for and due deference to Parliament, the House, this committee and its honourable members, including the Minister, it is wholly unnecessary that civil society would be taking these steps, should be taking these steps, when there are many other important issues as well that we should be focusing on in our local community. And on that note, I'm just going to hand over to my colleague Michael to conclude, Chair, with your permission, with one final slide, which will have our requests. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Sternberg,
Yes.
I'm so sure that you all know that you have exceeded your limited time, and you keep passing the buck to each other. I like it, but let's not waste further time. Can you just give us your closing remarks, and we check if honorable members have questions?
Absolutely, Honourable Chair. This is the last slide, and it's really 3 points, which are our 3 requests to the Portfolio Committee. We're asking your assistance for 3 things. First of all, to help process the transfer of the Poppiesfontein land, state land, from Department of Human Settlements to an appropriate organization of state that has a conservation mandate. This is closer than it might seem. We're aware that the MEC of DHS has resolved to transfer the land, and it's just up to DDEET to accept the transfer and process documents. The second action that we're asking of the committee is to help expedite the formal declaration of this area as a provincial nature reserve in terms of the National Environmental Management Protected Areas Act. Again, this is also closer than it might seem. The required assessments have been done, and in fact, in previous years, DDEET has approved a memo which included transferring and declaring the Poppiesfontein state land. Finally, our third and final request is that we're asking the Portfolio Committee to call in front of it the responsible DDEET officials so that they can explain the delays to the committee and thereby ensure that the committee maintains its oversight mandate of the DFFE until this matter has been concluded. Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Committee members. That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sternberg. Thank you to all the presenters. Honourable members, I invite you to engage the presentation. I see the hand of Honourable Bryant, Honourable Weber, in that order.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Chairperson. Sorry, can I just have a quick sip? Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Those are the results of 2028 COP28.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's more the result of Sona last week, to be honest, but we'll move on. Chair, I just want to say first and foremost, a big thank you to the presenters and for, the fantastic work that's clearly been undertaken over many years, it seems since 1999, to work towards this point. It's so vitally important that we have people within local communities who are fighting to preserve our biodiversity where possible. I myself live close to an area where the local community is also working incredibly hard to protect a biodiverse area where that has specific type of fynbos and other animals in it. And when I hear of the passion and the sort of community togetherness and spirit that's coming through from this group, it's very, very heartening. And it would be an absolute tragedy if we were to lose that specific Humansdorp renosterveld, and to see that black harrier, of which, as mentioned, it seems there's only 1,000 left, put under threat, along with many other animals and unique aspects of that environment. I think it would be a real tragedy. And our key responsibility as a committee that deals with the environment is to ensure that we protect it, and specifically that we protect the biodiversity, and we exercise our oversight role in terms of that. So, Chair, I'm also very pleased to see that there's been consultation with local traditional leaders in the area, and that their support has also been given to this. It's really fantastic to see that. And I really feel that we should be supporting this initiative wholeheartedly. And those 3 recommendations that have been made in that last slide, I don't see anything controversial about it. And I think it is probably only fair that we do request that presentation to establish what some of the possible potential delays could be in terms of ensuring that that area is protected going forward. So that would be my proposal, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Weber.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I would like to know if the Greater Kabeljous, the people and the deeds, if the criteria for the nature reserve to and have an official, I think you really is a great candidate for a nature reserve if you actually have compiled a document and send it to the minister to apply to become a nature reserve in the Eastern Cape where you are. And then I want to know if it is possible for you at all to get a court order to stop the invasion until this whole final decision has been made, and what can stop you from that. I know it's a difficult request. I think this was a great presentation, and it is sad that we always have to make a choice between economy and environment, and it's always 50-50. But this is a definite established registered area from SANParks, and I agree with my colleague, Honorable Brian, that there's no reason for us. This is one of the very, very few wetlands and ecosystems that still exist in South Africa, and I think it is our duty to do as far as we can to protect this and trying to assist in making this nature reserve so that we can all enjoy this until the end of times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to get something concerning the land. Is there any plan prior to this? What's happening here? Is it my gadget? Because I've got only one gadget here. I just want to know.
No, it's Honorable Weber's gadgets on. She must turn it off.
She must
Honorable
just.
Weber, please switch off.
I just want to know for those who are from that area and who are presenters, they didn't tell us what was the area earmarked for before, because we need to get the full story. What was the land earmarked for before? And then they present their request or their presentation so that we weigh both sides of what is the land earmarked for and what they are requesting, and look at that and then come with a decision. But for now, we only have what they want to use the land for, but we don't know what is the plan of the human settlement and what is the plan prior to them wanting to change that land and to what, based on what they have presented to us. Because to me, I cannot take a decision. I cannot say, let's take a decision as a portfolio committee, because we don't have full information, unless we also go and see what is happening there and then come up with a full solution or resolution as the portfolio committee. For now, I will not say I go for supporting what they have presented here. Chair, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Are there further takers on this presentation, honorable members? Okay, none. Mr. Sternberg? to respond to issues that have been raised?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I'm going to let Dr. Wenzel reply quickly to the question, one of the questions from Honourable Weber and Honourable Mbata, and then I'm going to let Mr. Stone reply to the other question from Honourable Weber.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. So with regards to the first question, I think it's worth mentioning that formal biodiversity assessments has been done in terms of the prescribed procedures of the Eastern Cape Biodiversity Stewardship Programme. And those assessments has been submitted to the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency and has been reviewed by the Biodiversity Stewardship Review Panel. And it was concluded and found that the area does indeed qualify to be declared as a nature reserve. And as an appendix to this presentation that we just presented, we've included one of the letters that talks to the Papiesfontein state land and that confirms that it does qualify for declaration as a provincial nature reserve. Then with regards to the question relating to what the land was initially earmarked or zoned for, and what the initial intent was in terms of using the land. So the Papiesfontein, the Kabeljous section of the state land has been vested with the Department of Public Works with the deed, the Provincial Conservation Authority assigned as the custodian. So the land has been earmarked and is widely regarded as a de facto conservation area, and it has been earmarked for conservation for many years, hence why it's vested with the provincial authority for conservation. The Papiesfontein state land, on the other hand, is vested with the Provincial Department of Human Settlements. However, the Department of Human Settlements have recognized that the area is too sensitive to develop from a biodiversity and ecological point of view. And they have therefore, the MEC of the Department of Human Settlements has therefore resolved to have the land transferred to an organ of state with a conservation mandate. The human settlements wants to do the responsible thing to see the land being conserved. However, it's up to the provincial conservation authorities now to facilitate that transfer and accept the transfer to them. I hope that answers the questions, but I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kutza. Honorable Kanjo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to the honorable members. Chair, I think as the committee, we just need to appreciate the presentation and not commit to any decisions and allow the departments that are affected by this to deal with the matter. We appreciate their report or their presentation, and I am quite aware of some of the challenges that are faced by the area, as that is my constituents, as the person who's deployed in Konga. So I would advise that we just accept the presentation and allow the departments that are affected to deal with the issue. Thank you.
Honorable Kanjo. Honorable Mbata, is that the legacy hand?
Chair, it's not a legacy hand. I wanted, because now in the beginning, the presenters didn't inform us. They had some information, because when I asked now, it comes in that the area has been earmarked for the RDPs by the human settlement. Then let's not take any decision here. Let's allow the departments that are dealing with this issue to finalize it. But as I have said before, let's also have some time to go and check what is happening there and then as a committee, we'll then take a decision. For now, we can't take any decision which is one-sided. We need to get both sides of the story, then we take the final decision. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chair, I hear the points raised by colleagues in terms of us adopting the recommendations or agreeing to the recommendations that have been made. But as mentioned earlier, I don't see anything controversial about any of those recommendations whatsoever. Our job as a portfolio committee, as mentioned, is to ensure that the environment is protected. I think we've received quite an extensive presentation as to all of the species and the area in general that's currently under threat. And, you know, for us, we have no power over the minister or the departments either. We can only make a recommendation in terms of ensuring that that area is properly protected and looked after, so that we don't have the similar situation that's taken place in other parts of the country, where unregulated expansion can then lead to the devastation of that biodiversity and those different species. But that said, Chair, if it's possible, would I be able to ask if perhaps someone from the department, from our department, could perhaps comment on the requests that have been made and just give us their perspective on it, because obviously we have only heard from the presenters so far. Or maybe that might enlighten us more in terms of a decision to be taken going forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brian. Thank you very much, honorable members. Is the DG still here? I don't think she's still here. Is there anyone from the department? I know that there are quite a number of you who are still here. I've been advised that DDGB, DDGC, DDGO, and DDGC are still available. Do you want to have a bite, the department?
Good afternoon, Chair, to you and the members. No, I was just listening in, Chairperson, and noting that Minister has directed that if there are any questions, they should be sent in writing. But hearing from the presentation, this is purely a provincial matter that can be dealt at that level. Thank you.
All right. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I respect the views of the other members of the committee, 100%. But I do believe that, you know, our responsibility is to ensure that we protect the environment, and I think that this is a very, very important instance for us, even if it is symbolic. And as the messages come across now, to say that, you know, we may not have direct jurisdiction, we do still have an oversight role. So I would request, Chairperson, in terms of that, because there isn't consensus, that we put that to a vote, proposal that we adopt those three recommendations as part of the end of that slide, and put that to a vote as to whether to accept that or not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Weber.
Thank you, Chair. I propose, I second the proposal from Honorable Bryant. I do think it is our responsibility, and I don't think there's anything wrong just accepting those three proposals, as it is our mandate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Singh, followed by Honorable Mbata.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I've been listening very carefully to the presentation, and well done to the environmentalists in that end. It's very seldom that we put matters to a vote in this committee, Chair. And I make an appeal that we find a way forward on this. The DG has indicated that it's a provincial competency. And perhaps we as a committee must refer it to the province to action whatever is requested of them and ask them to report back to us. But I think putting it to a vote is not something that we usually do. So that's my submission on this. Thanks. But we support what, the proposals that's being made. Thank you.
Siyabonga Opasing. Honorable Mbata, you are the last speaker on this matter.
Thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Singh covered me when he says that it should be referred to the province, because really this is a provincial matter. And also, I don't see us voting for something that we don't have full information on it. We must get full information on it. Then, after we refer it, because it must go first to the province. Yes, we are the portfolio committee that deals with the protection of the environment. We mustn't use it to despite other people. I'm saying that because I've heard that from the speakers when I asked that what was the prior earmarking on that area, and he's saying that this the RDPs. And I believe that before the RDPs are being built, Honorable Chair, there's an EIA and EAP procedures that are being followed. And if there is a serious problem, I don't think they will continue with the RDPs, but let's allow the province and other departments in the provincial level to deal with this thing. And then us, we can just say, we heard about this, but province take this responsibility and you report back to us. I'll agree. I agree with Honorable Singh on that issue. But there's no hurry for us to even vote. Why are we voting when we are not sure what is the actual problem or issues in that area? Let's have the full information before we can take any decision. Thank you, Chair.
Comrades, honorable members, there's nothing contagious here. And I see Honorable Weber wants to come back and Honorable Bryant. We'll allow that and then we'll take a decision. Honorable Weber.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm on something very different. I'm a little bit confused. I'm not sure if we listened to the same presentation, but I have not seen or heard of the words RDP, and I don't want to start a debate or start an issue, but honestly, in this presentation, I don't think there was anything mentioned about a RDP. None of this area has been, was only conservation, it's not been a development. I just want to make that comment. Thank you very much.
Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chair. One of the points that was outlined in the presentation is that there's a specific piece of area which is referred to as the Pappiesfontein state land, which needs to be transferred across from one organ of government to another. Now, my understanding is that that's not a provincial responsibility. That is something that the national government can assist with doing. And I think that was one of the requests, is to try and ensure that that process is expedited so that the biodiversity in that area is protected going forward. The other request is for us to get a presentation from DEDAT to advise in terms of what the delays are in terms of that. That's also something that we're entitled to do as a committee. So I don't agree that this is 100% a provincial issue at all. I think we have a responsibility here, which I think we're possibly shirking by refusing to take a position on it. And we are prepared to take a position on it, which is why we want to put it to a vote. And if that request is not granted, then we'll just ensure that we make it known that our position is clear, that we support those last three points if the rest of the committee is not prepared to take this any further. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable members, I'm sure that all of you appreciate that we have guests here. Now, I understand that this is a very, very silly season, and the committee should never leave its responsibilities. And we must never use a committee to campaign and all that. But we need to discharge the responsibilities that are bestowed upon us as members of parliament. Now, I'm not suggesting that any of you is doing that, but these backs and forth are not going to help the committee in any way. And we shouldn't allow ourselves to degenerate to that level. And I wouldn't want a situation where I say one and then somebody else says two, somebody else says three and all that, because that might not help us to arrive at a determination and not help us in terms of discharging our responsibilities. Now, with all of that being said, let me take these last two hands and then we'll take a decision. Honorable Mbata, followed by Honorable Kanjo.
Chair, I think my fellow honorable members didn't listen carefully when the presenter was responding to my question, asking, are there any prior arrangement or earmarking of the land? The answer was that the human settlement wants that land to be used for RTPs. That's where it comes from. And again, I don't see why we should hurry things here as a committee. Yes, we have the role to do, but we look at both sides of the stories. And I'm still saying, if there are any issues that the human settlements wants to erect RTP houses, the EAP procedures, there are EIA procedures that are always being followed to check whether the area is conducive to build those RTP houses. We hear what the presenters are saying, but we don't want us as the committee to be used just to support one side of the story. And one of the officials indicated that this is a provincial issue. For us, it's just to refer this issue to the province, and we acknowledge that we had received the presentation, but let the provincial departments take charge and report back to us. And if times allows, the committee can invite all other parties so that we hear all stories, what is happening. Because as I'm sitting here, I don't know the area, and I can't take a decision to say, I am supporting this, whereas there's still some question behind my mind that I want clarity on. Until we get all other parties that can come and give us their presentation, then we'll take the decision, Chair. That's my final. Thank you.
So, Honorable Kanjo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I was covered by Honorable Singh. We really do not need to subject our portfolio committee into voting. However, Chair, I would propose that we call the affected departments so that we can have a joint meeting, because I know that the Papis Fontaine that was mentioned by Honorable Bryant, that land, that piece of land belongs to Public Works. So I think as the committee, we have a responsibility of also engaging other departments. I think it's not difficult for us to call a meeting with Public Works, and then we take things, those that belongs to the provincial government, then that one needs to be dealt with provincial government. And the ones that deals with public works, I think we can have a joint portfolio committee with the public works. Thank you, Chairperson. Let us really not subject our portfolio committee into voting. Thank you.
Honorable members, let's take a decision on this matter. And we have had the presentation and we appreciate it. We must never allow, we must never suppress dissent. It's allowed for us as members of parliament to have different views on a particular matter. But I also agree that we shouldn't vote on issues, because by doing so, we might be disagreeing or suggesting that the views of majority are correct or the views of minority are correct. We don't want that. We want consensus. Let's resolve. And the portfolio committee of the province for the next meeting, and these presenters must come back here. Chileka will also invite the Department of Public Works so that we also get their point of view and to get clarity on how we move forward. That's how we resolve on this matter. Let's not vote and do all these other things. I'm sure we have our own linen that we wouldn't want to hang out there for other people to see. That's how we resolve the matter, honorable members. Honorable Bryant.
Chair, thank you. I think you've made a good ruling there. I think it's a good middle point, and as long as we can get that accountability, that's all it revolves around, is performing our oversight function. And if we can get the departments that you have mentioned now to come and present, then I'm happy with that, and we can continue looking into the matter then. So thank you very much for making that ruling, Chair, and I fully agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bryant. Then it puts the matter to rest. Chileka and Ntlantla and Darren and all the staff, please make sure that we get a portfolio committee from the legislature. Even it's B, invite the municipality for the next meeting, include me in our agenda, and then we'll be able to take discussion. Thank you very much also to the presenters. We don't have difficulties of decisions. But we are not a committee that votes on some of things. This does not mean that we do not have the capacity and ability to take some of the decisions. But we appreciate the presentation that has been made, and that is how we the matter. Can we then move to the next item? Mr. Dowling of Cape Town, are you ready for us? Welcome.
Yes, I am, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Just put your presentation on the slide, and then we move.
Sure. Where's the share screen? Is that visible?
It is Mr. Dowling. Please proceed.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to your committee. WESSA thanks this portfolio committee and its honourable members for the opportunity to do this brief presentation. Thank you. WESSA stands for the Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa. We've been around for close on 100 years. Just going down here. First of all, I'd say we are here really as in, because our mandate, our slogan is to promote public participation in caring for the earth. We've taken cognizance of the fact that there have been many voices of NGOs, marine scientists, and concerned environmentalists and citizens raised, seeing that the Navy went ahead with some of the detonations that had been planned. It seems as that to some extent those concerns were ignored. So we feel that we should just emphasize them for future reference and in unpacking what the Navy's role is in conservation. So the Navy has got a protective role. It says in its mandate on the internet to fight at sea, to protect South Africa's coastlines and marine resources. Ironically, this recent incident seems to have caused more harm than it has protected. And I think that contradiction should be confronted. Also, the coast guarding role of the Navy, as opposed to a strictly military one, should be explored, probably come up with sort of productive ways of using this fairly costly department in South Africa. Where are we going? Just going to go down one. The precautionary principle, which is enshrined in the National Environmental Management Act, requires the state and others to exercise a duty of care and to avoid consequences that are not fully understood. Unfortunately, the African penguin, formerly known as the jackass penguin, has crashed by 80% of its population in 50 years, a significant cause for concern. IUCN Red List. SANBI, the South African National Botanical Institute, has commented that this species faces extinction in the next decade. The precautionary principle is routinely ignored. Instead, we often have, and we've witnessed disregard, carelessness, and endangerment. The consequences, unfortunately, of that approach of indifference is loss, degradation, deterioration, pollution, ultimately extinction, and general impoverishment of the society in which it's allowed to happen. South Africa is a member of the International Union for Conservation, which is, as it states, that it's at the forefront of the global fight to save species from extinction. So as a member of this international group, South Africa should take that to heart. Members should walk the talk, member states. And by a state, we mean all the range of government agencies, including the Navy, whose cooperation is required. As mentioned in the presentation of the previous speaker about Kabeljous in the Eastern Cape, South Africa has joined quite stridently in its participation in the Global Biodiversity Framework and the 30-30 vision, which hopes to conserve 30% of terrestrial and 30% of marine environments. And this is it's a future vision, but something obviously that needs to be put into practice now in order to reach that goal. This is not just about green altruism, about patronizing other species that we share the planet with. It's becoming more and more evident from our experience with the climate catastrophe that a livable environment, species rich, is essential for human survival. One up there. Get down to South Africa signed on to the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. Goal 14 talks about conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources. It talks about healthy oceans and seas being essential to human existence and life on Earth. But unfortunately, the achievement of this goal faces a daunting array of issues, from massive overfishing to continual pollution, as is being experienced around the coastline of Cape Town at the moment, drilling and mining and prospecting, and not a day goes by when we don't receive a new application for more prospecting for fossil fuels, which seems ironic and counterintuitive based on your earlier presentations and deliberations around COP28. Another big problem is bunkering, which is particularly serious in the port of Kabeljous, and is causing a lot of disruption of marine ecosystem functioning. In order to achieve SDG 14, a massive cooperation of all relevant agencies, including the Navy, is required. Then there's the Constitution of South Africa, which I have to constantly allude to because it seems all too easily to be forgotten in the public and in the state mind. Everyone has the right to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures that prevent pollution and ecological degradation and promote conservation, presumably not the opposite. And then, just in conclusion, I'd like to say in terms of the penguins, which is really what that whole Simonstown episode was about. The African penguin is about to be uplisted to globally critically endangered, and without significant informed changes all the way in which humans interface with the species, it will go extinct. And given this crisis, the Navy should not be allowed to summarily proceed with detonating its munitions close to boulders, or for that matter, in False Bay. And the Navy should urge to postpone scheduled future detonations until the issue has been properly investigated. And this is from my colleague, who is a marine biologist in the Kabeljous area. She points out that African penguins are more sensitive to sound than previously expected, up to 100 kilometers away from seismic surveys, which is another contentious issue, but not to be discussed today. The drastic increase in underwater noise pollution in Algoa Bay, probably one of the main reasons behind the recent collapse of what was once the largest penguin colony in South Africa, decreasing from 7,000 in 2015 to 700. In other words, that's many percentage points down in 2023, leading to its current critically endangered status. And with regard to African penguins, WESSA's recommendation is that all scientifically justified steps should be taken to avoid their extinction, including cancellation of Navy detonations in their proximity, banning of bunkering in Algoa Bay, and adequate fishing closures as promised at an earlier time last year by the Minister. Thank you very much.
Chair. Are you done, sir, with your presentation? Oh,
Yes, thank you. I've finished. I said thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. It says my internet connection is unstable. Thank you, Honorable Kanjo. Can we then go to clarity questions and concern on presentation, Honorable Bryant, followed by Honorable Winkler.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I just want to find out, are we getting sort of a response or feedback from the DFFE and SANParks? Because I know that they were very involved in this process as well, along with the Department of Defense, obviously. Are they giving a response, or should we just ask questions and then allow them to respond? I'm happy to go with whatever you recommend.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Thank you for that concern. Are they still here? Can I just confirm that? I was told that the DG could be leaving for another meeting. Is SANParks here? Anyone from SANParks? Ms. Bendeman and...
We're still here, Chair.
Oh, the CEO is here.
Yes.
Are you able to have a view on this matter?
I would prefer not. I would prefer a written question, if I may, because the matter, we contributed to these issues and directed them directly to the minister. And she was handling the matter from her perspective. So I'd prefer to handle the questions in written form. If you could indulge us, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Bryant?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Look, I mean, I think the whole point of a portfolio committee is so that we can ask questions directly, with all due respect to the CEO. I mean, I do understand the request for written questions, but SANParks has been quoted quite extensively in the media saying that they are going to be monitoring the situation with regards to the blasting or the underwater explosions that are taking place. So, you know, surely they must have some sort of feedback or response, but if they are not going to respond to any of those in the meeting, then I suppose we'll just have to write them down and send them. So my question, I suppose we can only ask questions then to Mr. Dowling. So I just want to ask then, Mr. Dowling, in terms of, and firstly, again, thank you to you for all of the work that you and WESSA have done. I know there's many members of the local community in that area who've also been very active in driving this issue to ensure that we protect not only the penguins who are critically endangered in that area, but also all of the other sea life and wildlife that could potentially be under threat. And also taking into consideration the huge tourism potential that Boulders has. It's one of the most visited sites in the country. And, you know, I think so many people were incredibly shocked that, you know, that this was being allowed to take place so close to this this sanctuary that is visited by so many people. And also, you know, when it was raised, there seemed to be, unfortunately, a bit of an inadequate response. And unfortunately, again, we don't have that response now. But I just think, yeah, so your side, Mr. Dowling, what I was going to ask is, have you found that the community is still concerned about what has taken place? And have you picked up yourselves any signs of potential damage to the environment or other potential challenges that have come from that initial session of blasting? And are you making any recommendations to the department or SANParks or the Department of Defense in terms of alternative locations? Because obviously we do understand that these operations do need to take place for the defense of our country, but obviously that they need to be undertaken in appropriate locations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Winkler, followed by Honorable Mbata.
Thank you to the Chair and thank you to the presenter from WESSA. I have a similar view in the sense that I think it's largely completely unacceptable that there are these military detonations taking place in such a biodiverse hotspot, not to mention that this is a world famous tourist destination. The fact that these African penguins have endangered status, it for me, it does seem quite inconceivable that this has been allowed to transpire. And I am quite concerned that we don't have the relevant departmental officials here to actually give us an account on where this is in terms of the discussions and negotiations with the relevant entities. I think that it's really important. This falls directly within our mandate, and we must be appraised of what is going on and whether this is going to be immediately halted in its tracks, because it cannot be allowed to continue and to be pursued in the current format. And so I do please urgently ask that we get the feedback that is requisite, given also the fact that this is of huge public interest at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Winkler. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I need a clarity from the presenter. Firstly, he's referring to the Department of Defense, if I'm correct. I just want to get clarity. Were the houses built after the defense was there, or was the defense erected, or the infrastructure or the department came after the residents, the houses were there? That's the first question. I want to get clarity on that. The second one, if he says that there is a noise pollution, what level is that noise pollution? Because according to my background and my profession, it's 86 decibel that the normal person can take. So he didn't tell us how much is the noise pollution. He should give us the exact level of how much is that noise unbearable to the people. And then the third question is the issue, to the people and to the wild and the animals that he's mentioning. And the other question that I have is that the military is doing the test there, which are very important also for what they are doing for the protection of the country. What is the intake on that issue? Because we might have the noise pollution according to him, but without the measurements exactly what is the actual level. And also there's this issue that there's this blasting that must be done. These are the tests that needs to be done. It's part of the procedures from the department. And what I know is that for every department, and I'm happy because defense have got a very effective occupational hygiene unit there with the professional occupational hygienist and the approved inspection authorities. Before they undertake anything, they look at they took those measurements before they start anything, and there's a actual monitoring of those measurements of the sound, because they need to look at the actual level that they don't exceed the 86 decibel according to the OSH Act. And then need to look at the exposure limit of their workers and also the people that are residing nearer to them. If you look at the occupational health and safety, it says the employer is responsible for all the hazards that are emanating from the work environment. But also the employer, the same employer, must also protect the nearby people, including the environment. I'm raising this because one of the departments that are very, very sensitive, and they have the team that deals with this, including the occupational health nurses and the occupational doctors. What have they look at communicating with them and get the actual report on them, what is happening there? Because you might say it's a noise pollution according to us, but according to the actual levels that are supposed to be there, it's not the noise pollution. And if there are those noise pollution, there should be measures that are taken to make sure that they don't go above, but they stay within the minimum required noise pollution. I will stop there. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Honorable Mbata. Honorable Weber.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think penguins are one of the most amazing animals, and besides the lions that we draw tourists to South Africa, penguins are one of the most fascinating worldwide animals. Now, last year we had a visit actually to the site, and one of the things that really got to me is that penguins mate for life, and they cannot be moved to another destination to go and breed and find a new home. They settled where they are. Therefore, they have to remain where they are, otherwise they will get extinct. So in my view, and the Navy can actually detonate their experiences somewhere else. They are just as important, and what they do is just as important. But I do think the two bodies, DFFE and the Navy, need to get together and find a compromise which will benefit everyone. I mean, we all have our views, but in the end, we're going to lose not only money from tourism, there's more to it, and they play a big role in the ecosystem. So my request is that maybe, like we did in the previous thing, that penguins are of matter. They're not probably to most people as important as the Navy, but I'm sure the Navy can be great enough to realize that we do have to take them in account. We can't just pick them up and move them somewhere else. And I do think when we have a joint meeting or just a conversation with one another, we can get to a compromise. I think the coordination between those two departments will be very, very important. And then, Chair, just a comment. I think as the DFFE committee, we really, really need to up our concern and our worry. And I don't say no one is, but the environment is our baby. And we really need to start fighting for it. There's too many things that, not due to our fault, but we need to up our game in protecting our environment. Otherwise, under our watch, it might go down, and I don't want to be any of us to be part of that. And yet again, we are doing what we should do, but I think we can do more in just really fighting or organizing more meetings with the culprits, if you want to call it like that. Although they're not culprits, they also have their place. But compromise is the name of the game. So thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Weber. Honorable Mbata, is that the legacy hand?
Oh, sorry, Chair, it's a legacy hand. Let me just drop it.
Sure. Okay, can we get responses in summary, please? So that we are able to.
I'll just try to combine as many of those questions. Thank you for them. Yes, the civil society feels that the response from the Navy and the DFFE, for that matter, was inadequate. It should have been much more sort of rigorously investigated. Yes, tourism is one of the big draw cards to South Africa, and the more that we erode our wildlife, whether that's on land or at sea, the less there is for people to sort of come and see, and at the same time, South Africa's sort of name goes down. At the moment, with penguins, it seems it's almost become a spectator sport, quite gladiatorial in a way, to watch the race to the bottom. You know, what does it look like when there's only one more penguin? Gee, can I get a selfie with the last penguin kind of thing? And I think that that would be a highly irresponsible kind of tourism to encourage. And as far as the actual explosives and the military exercises that are involved, presumably these explosives could be deployed anywhere, as long as it was in a marine environment. And coastlines are typically where most of the biodiversity is, and then it tails off as you get into deeper water. It doesn't mean there are none and no sort of pelagic or demersal fish in that area, but the density is going to be much less than on shorelines. So there should be an exploration of the potential for moving such exercises further offshore, preferably outside False Bay, which has to pick up a lot of the pollution impacts, general activity from many users impacts. And so to have something like, which is as violent as blasting, should happen out at sea. I don't have the decibel readings for those. I saw some of the visuals. I wasn't a personal witness to any of this. I saw some of the visuals which showed plumes of water coming up from explosions of the water coming up about 20 meters or so. And usually the kind of blast, especially underwater where sound carries faster and further, that kind of impact is usually associated with high decibels. To answer the member whose concerns were about what came first, the defense or houses, the concern wasn't about impact on humans because they were on the shore and these explosions were happening at sea. It was more about empathizing and concern about marine biodiversity, specifically to do with the penguins. As I mentioned in the slide, one of the slides, they seem to be picking up noises from seismic blasting, and there's not too much difference between seismic blasting and munitions explosions from as far as 100 kilometers away. So I think that could quite easily be established with the correct monitoring equipment, and maybe DFFE could be called upon to do such an exercise. There was a note that the Navy is there to protect our country with its procedures. Surely we have to ask ourselves then, well, what does it mean when we say our country? Does that mean just the people, or just the economic activity of the country, or the underlying natural resources that make it possible to have an economy? And I would argue for the latter, in which case, as it states on the website, that the Navy should be protecting our marine resources, not just be exercising their right to test out explosives. And honorable member mentioned that the penguins can't be moved. That is true. Their environment can be improved by little interventions, such as the sort of egg-laying nests that have been put up at boulders, but this is not helping with their gradual demise, as it were. So I think that we should be taking a much more precautionary view of this. When it comes to the health and safety officers, that are appointed by the Navy or one of their departments or sub-departments that they have. That is presumably pretty much to look after the divers, personnel, and local population in case of some kind of medical emergency. I very much doubt whether their mandate stretches to the underwater welfare of other species. Yes, we mentioned the tourism. I suggested the sort of deep water testing. So I hope I've covered most of those questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Honorable members, do we have follow-ups? Honorable Winkler and then Honorable Bryant.
Thank you, Chair. So what I wanted to just query with the gentleman was, have there been any observable short-term impacts of the detonations and the blasting that we can see so far on the penguin colony? You know, I'm not sure if there's been other instances of research done in other areas where you've had sort of the encroachment of, you know, military exercises on areas with penguin populations. But has there been anything that we can see almost immediately in terms of the impact? Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, I just want to find out, I don't know if anyone can answer me, but I'm going to try anyway. It's been quite widely reported that SANParks, DFFE, and the Navy, Department of Defense are working together to try and find a solution on this. And I'm just trying to find out if that's true or not, in the absence of any report. And if so, what the plans are going forward, and if anything has been agreed upon, and also whether or not any studies have been undertaken during that explosion exercise to measure the potential impact on the wildlife. And then just secondly, I don't know if you or maybe Chileka would be able to assist in terms of whether or not the Department of Defense, SANParks, were invited to present on this matter, and if not, whether they would be able to do so, so that we can properly interrogate it and get some answers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Mbacha.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've got the answer that there are no measurements, and I didn't talk about the occupational health and safety. I talk about the specific professions, which is the occupational hygienist, which are the ones that can take the measurement using the correct equipment, the dosimeters, to take the noise level. It doesn't mean that they only deal with the humans, they also deal with the animals. Because whatever they are doing, it must be guided by the act, that the noise that they will be that will emanate from their blasting must not be harmful to any other humans or animals. Like you say, it's the marine biodiversity, because that measurement is not taken once, but it's taken in different level to check the exposure, occupational exposure limit, and so forth. And I believe that, like Honorable Bryant has said, it will be much better that this department come and do their presentation including the Department of Defense, including this unit that I'm referring to, because it's got the actual, it's a unit that in most of the department, it's only the Department of Defense that has the up and running occupational hygiene departments, which is defense. And they've got the approved inspection authority. Those ones, they are the seniors to all the occupational team, and they are the one who can approve anything that needs to be done. So we need to invite them, and so that they can come and give us their side of the story and how they are monitoring the noise pollution to the marine biodiversity, on how they are monitoring it on daily basis, because it can't be once, it must be on daily basis, so that we know exactly what is the measurement, because now we don't have the measurement. It's just the assumption. They'll give us the correct measurements to say the levels, to say we work up to this level. If it's this level, it's a no-no, because this is what the Act says. You can't go above the level that will cause harm to either the marine or any animal, or especially including the humans. So let's get them to come and present to us. And I think Honorable Weber, we are dealing with the portfolio of environment, and environment, it cuts across all the departments. It doesn't say only environment. As it goes, it gets other parts of the departments to come in, or parts of other programs to come in. And I believe that when we are here, we are all responsible to look after and protect our environment. But we are not here to use it to gain what we don't need to gain it. So I think you must withdraw what you have said. Thank you, Chair.
Siyabonga, Honorable, but Honorable Winkler, you are the last person.
Thank you, Chair. I know that there isn't anyone from SANParks or the Navy here to answer this question, but I think it's also important to establish if the blasting that's taking place is only from the South African Navy, or is it also perhaps in conjunction with partnerships in foreign countries that are coming to test here in Simonstown, and exactly who is funding this testing? Just so that we can get some clarity. I think that's important to understand the broader context. And also, didn't quite understand what the Honorable Mbatha was saying about the Honorable Weber. It was a bit incoherent. Right, thank you.
Okay. Honorable Mbatha, is that legacy end?
Oh, apologies, Chair. Let me lower it.
Okay. Pat, please come back.
Thanks.
In summary.
Yeah, very quick. I'm very glad that all these questions are being asked. I think this is exactly what such a committee should be doing, which is debating in detail matters of this type. From the public's perspective, the issue is off the boil at the moment. In other words, I'm not getting 100 emails a day anymore on this matter, because attention quickly shifts to the next issue once the immediate threat, even if it could recur, is off the agenda. As far as observable short-term impacts, I'm sure we would have heard if the bodies of dead penguins, the few that are left, were washing up at Boulders or Seaforth or anywhere along the Simonstown coastline, and that hasn't happened, very fortunately. So I'm very glad about that. One doesn't know whether other longer-term impacts are being suffered by those animals, and I imagine that studies would be needed to establish such things. We do know from the study in Kabeljous that just shipping noise was enough to contribute to that huge dieback that we saw in such animals. And that's probably as a result of a compounding of several negative impacts on them, from overfishing to sort of pollution to noise. It's not necessary to be laid at the door of one cause. I think it would be great if you could organize an interview with spokespeople from DFFE and the Defence Force, because our civil society experience is that the military are very reluctant to respond to anything that is asked from them unless there is an official commission being instituted to get to the bottom of a matter. So we would appreciate that, and some transparency around that interaction if possible. Yeah, and about the niceties of pollution, noise pollution levels, that would also be good to get the figures on that and to compare them to international practices where such munitions are exploded. I did do a quick internet trawl on that a little while ago, and it seemed that the results were ambivalent. Some were saying very little impacts, noticeable impacts, others saying that one has to sort of take a longer term view. And in WESSA's point, from WESSA's perspective, the precautionary principle really on such an important matter as this should be respected. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. I suspect that brings us to the conclusion, except the few number of issues that were raised by Honorable Bryant, Comrade, Honorable CEO. CEO of SANParks.
Honorable Chair.
Yeah, there are a number of issues that have been raised. I'm sure you might have noted them.
Yes.
Interrelations between yourselves and the presenters and all that.
Yes, yes, Honorable Chair. I have noted them, and as I've indicated, these are interministerial issues, and I really would prefer, from a protocol point of view, that we direct them via writing, if as I have previously requested, Honorable Chair.
Pat, do you have an engagement with the SANParks? Can you just respond to that directly? Do you have engagements with them?
Yes, from time to time on various local matters to do mostly with alien vegetation clearing, access to Table Mountain National Park, to the protection of marine coastal, marine protected areas. Particular concerns are the sort of level of poaching of abalone and crayfish and so on that goes on. So because they're a local presence, it is easier to get access to personnel from SANParks, and we are grateful for that.
Okay. Can we agree then that CEO, that you will engage further with Pat and others? Should you reach a deadlock, then it can be brought to the portfolio committee. But for now, can we agree that you're going to improve your engagements and all that? Honorable Winkler, followed by Honorable Bryant.
Thank you. Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I worry that we are entering into territory where when there are contentious issues or issues that the department feels uncomfortable answering on a portfolio committee, that they then refer this back to written submissions. This is a huge matter of public interest. And we've had many instances where there were issues that were overlapping in terms of the interministerial, interdepartmental, or cross-cutting. And we've never had a problem having departments account, because that is essentially our role here as parliamentarians, is to exercise oversight and to ensure that there's accountability by the department. I'm really struggling to understand why we are having a problem today of getting the answers that we require, knowing that the department was given notice well in advance that this would be on the agenda. And so I do worry about now setting a precedent going forward, Chair. Thank you.
I note that, Honorable Winkler. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I support what Honourable Winkler has just mentioned. I'm sure most people in the committee members of the committee would be in support of that. But I just want to find out, sorry, my initial question, was the Department of Defence or SANParks or the department itself, I mean, I suppose that was a part of the meetings anyway, but were they invited to present and kind of appraised of the issues?
All right. Should we start with Pat? Then come the CEO will come. Come first, Pat.
Sorry, I'm not sure what question I'm meant to be sort of answering at the moment. I agree that obviously the committee should have more oversight and that matters should be openly discussed. I'm not sure whether SANDF was invited or not. I left that to the secretariat of this meeting, so it would have been a relevant inclusion. Thanks.
We will deal with that. CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would be remiss to leave the committee with a sentiment that SANParks is reluctant to account. But as I indicated, some of the issues are a little bit out of our remit. SANParks was not requested to make a presentation at this particular platform for today. But should there be a need, we're quite willing to present ourselves. Needless to say, when we were consulted about the matter by DFFE, the scientists did work around the clock to find an alternative testing site. And that site was identified, and the matter was communicated to the DFFE, who in turn were dealing with the Department of Defense. At an operational level, our scientists were engaging with senior ranking members of the Navy, really just to assure you that this matter did not go unnoticed or unattended to. But I hope that, Honorable Chair, you appreciate the difficulty I'm placed in, given that we had not anticipated as SANParks to deal with this matter today. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Honorable members, I'm sure we agree that on the basis that SANParks was not appraised or given a task or responsibility to respond to this matter, let's then agree that there must be constant engagement. Pat, the CEO of SANParks is committing. She says she has an open door, not in so much words, to engage with yourselves in this matter. And should there be any other difficulties, I'm sure that is when you can come to the committee for intervention. But be that as it may, there are a number of issues that we have noted as a committee that we are going to raise with SANParks. It might not only be about yourselves, there are quite a number of others, including the local communities there and poaching and all that. We have noted all of that. But can we then agree, because the CEO is committing that there must be a constant engagement, which you are also appreciating, Pat, that it's happening, and we are not being dismissive. But the point we're making is that you must be able to find one another with SANParks, and should there be difficulties, then you can come to the committee for a resolution. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I think the response now by the CEO, she started to go into some of the issues. So clearly there is an awareness of what the challenges are. And with all due respect, again, it's not our fault that I understand the minister is ill, and I totally appreciate that. But the deputy minister's not here. There seem to be a number of officials who are not present. And these presentations were circulated prior to the meeting, and there is an understanding. So just to, again, and I know we're not going to get any further on this now, but just to voice our real dissatisfaction, or mine in particular, with the fact that we're not actually able to ask any questions in terms of what the location of the new proposed area is and all of these other things that we're finding out now. But anyway, if it does mean us having to reconvene in another stage with proper presentations, then so be it. But I really, following on from Honourable Winkler's point, it's really not acceptable that we're not actually able to ask questions on pertinent issues that we've just been presented on in our committee. But I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honourable Bryant. Honourable members, let's agree. I want to lobby you that I'm sure SANParks has noted some of the concerns that have been raised by the committee, including the issues that relates to what has been presented here and the number of questions that they are committing to send to us in writing. Now, there is a common practice, Honourable Winkler, that we accept a proposal to have responses in writing, but this should not be a habit. But then the only way you can demystify that is if there was there was information communicated to a particular department and so on. Now, what has been presented here interlinks various departments. Now, if it means that on behalf of the presenters and Patrick, we must facilitate a meeting with various other committees of Parliament, we will do that. But I note that there are a number of issues that have been raised that could not be responded to on the basis that there was no sufficient time or there was no presentation at all on behalf of the entity being SANParks. Can we then agree that we would be able to deal with all of that after the interaction between Patrick and the CEO of SANParks, and that should be on constant basis? Can we get an agreement there?
Agreed, Chair.
Are we agreed?
Yes, agreed, Chair.
Yes, Chair, we agree.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I see Patrick is also signaling. We are agreeing. Please improve your commitment. If needs be, you can call me and I'll give you the private number of the CEO of SANParks and then you can have discussions, of course, not later than 7 in the evening. I don't want to be caught off guard and be answering things that I do not know. Honorable members, that should bring us to the end of our meeting. Unless there is anything that you honestly think that I am missing. Patrick, I see your hand has just risen.
Sorry, that was, I was trying to find the right button. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you'll get used to these things, Pat. Welcome.
Yeah, it takes time.
Okay, honorable members, are we agreeing then that that should bring us to the end of the meeting? Unless, of course, there might be something that I have not seen or any other concern or last words. I'll go through you one by one. It will help me to also confirm if people are in the meeting. Honorable Nkunu Sobonama.
Hello.
All right, ma.
You're right.
All right. Siyavumelana uba ukuthi konke kuhambe kahle.
Hayi konke kuhambe kahle. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga. Honorable Winkler, are we good?
Siyabonga Klalo.
Nice. I like that. Honorable Mbata, are we good?
Indeed, we are good, Chair.
Wonderful. Honorable Bryant, are we good?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson, and I apologize for my croaky voice again today. Hopefully next time I'll be in better voice, but thank you for the chairing today.
Next time when you go to COP29, invite us, and then you won't have these problems. Honorable Weber, are we good?
I'm good, Jay. Thank you for today's meeting.
Wonderful. Honorable Singh? Honorable Singh, are you good? Okay, he's not here. Honorable Kancho?
Yes, Chair, we are good, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dlamini?
I'm super good, Chair. Thank you very much.
No flu?
No flu today. Maybe no flu today.
Only today. Honorable Olomisa, by mistake, are you here? Well, he's never here, so I was just trying my luck. Thank you very much, CEO of SANParks. Thank you to all of Honorable Paulsen.
Thank you, Chair. That was a great meeting.
Honorable Paulsen. Well, he's probably suspended from the committee too, so as you all know. Honorable members, thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you. Great meeting we had today, great participation from all the presenters, all the staff. We really appreciate you being here. Now, there's a request on the chat box that they kindly request that the presentations be made available to the department for them to respond timeously. I'm sure Chileka can help you gift with the presentations. They are there in the group of the portfolio committee. Let's take the opportunity and thank you once again. And
recording stopped.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I sent the presentation to the department.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello, Mama.